Call to order, Charter Township of Plymouth Board of Trustees, regular meeting for Tuesday, August 26, 2025, 6:30 PM. Roll call, we're going to, I think we have to vote to have a record keeper because our clerk is off. Sandy Growth is volunteered. So, well, maybe you can, we need a record keeper. We think we need to vote to have the record keeper, since the clerk is not here.
You could use the deputy clerk.
She's not here either.
And then somebody needs to be appointed for tonight.
Oh, I can appoint?
Yes.
All right. I appoint Sandy Growth.
Second.
I don't think we need to vote, right?
Right.
Just appointed. All right.
No.
Right, we do not need to vote.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Jen Buckley. Here. Mark Clinton.
Here.
Charles Kermy.
Here.
Bob Dorshevitz.
Here.
Sandy Growth, present. John Stewart.
Here.
And Jerry is excused. Jerry Vorba is excused. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So tonight, we have a special presentation. It's the Big Tree Hunt Contest winners, which is part of our requirements to celebrate Arbor Day, to remain a tree city. And I'm going to introduce Ben Cronk, who's on the Environmental Leadership Commission, who was the committee leader of this contest.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Kermy, for that introduction. And as he said, I'm here representing the Environmental Leadership Commission to present the awards for Plymouth Township's first ever Big Tree Hunt. But before the awards, just give you some brief background on why we did this Big Tree Hunt. And it was held, as Supervisor Kermy stated, as part of our commitment to the Arbor Day Foundation's Tree City USA program, which the township joined in 2021. We joined with about 3,600 other communities across the United States. That's really about 18 to 20% of all communities in the United States that are tree cities. So it's a pretty prestigious designation to have. And those communities that have committed to be part of the program have to meet certain standards to remain a Tree City USA year after year after year. And one of the standards we have to meet is to host an event that celebrates trees. And this year we chose to host the Big Tree Hunt. And before I do present the awards, because we have some truly magnificent trees here in Plymouth Township, which are on this poster board, and I hope everybody gets a chance to take a look at that maybe after the session. I'd like to just say a few thank yous. So I'd like to thank my colleagues on the Environmental Leadership Commission. Anita's here, Jess is here, and our chairwoman, Marianne McLaren, who leads us fearlessly, is also here, so thanks to them. I'd also like to thank Brooke Bowers, who could not make it here today. Brooke is the Global Director of Sustainability at Adient, really a great Plymouth Township-based company that had almost $15 billion in fiscal revenue last year. They manufacture automotive seats, and they graciously agreed to sponsor the Big Tree Hunt this year. So our thanks to Brooke and our thanks to Adient. And then we also have a representative from Relief of Michigan here, Lindsay, and she'll come up in just a moment and say a few words in addition to what I have to say here about Relief. But they're the only statewide tree planting nonprofit organization, and they work across the state to protect and restore our urban tree canopies. So thank you very much, Lindsay, for your support in helping facilitate this contest. And then another thank you goes out, and perhaps the most important thank you goes to Sarah Wiesel, who's the environmental manager here with the township and who did most of the heavy lifting to get the contest off the ground. She got it started, she made sure that it ran smoothly, and she had to do it in addition to all of her regular duties. So a big thank you to her. Sarah, where are you? Oh, there she is. Yep, thanks, Sarah. The contest was a big success, mainly because of her. And also, we want to extend thanks, of course, to Supervisor Kermy for his support of the Tree City USA program and the Big Tree Hunt contest. So thank you, Supervisor Kermy. And now, before we do the awards, Lindsay from Relief, would you like to come up and just say a few quick words?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. I am with the nonprofit Relief Michigan. I'm a project forester over there, so I get to lead tree plantings. We planted at one of the parks in here. We planted another place in Plymouth, and I also chair the state big tree hunt. So we get to get nominations of these big trees across the state, and it's really just that first awareness step to just bring people looking at trees. And the bigger the tree actually gives bigger benefits. Trees are one of our only appreciating assets. As they grow bigger, they hold off more stormwater and keep less stormwater from rushing into our sewage systems. They shade more, lower more bills, and they give more oxygen. As they get bigger, they give us more, and it's really great. Just want to say congratulations to all the winners. You guys have a special connection with the tree you entered, and it's really great that you took the time to enter it, and you guys took the time to have this celebration of trees. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Lindsay. And now we're on to the exciting part of the show here, where we hand out the awards. And so the first place award, and my apologies if I'm mispronouncing names here, please correct me if I do. We've got first place in the 10 years and under category for Jack Deagle, or is it Deagle? Deagle. Jack, can you come forward? Nice job, Jack. Congratulations. Oh, whoops. No, we'll give it to him in a minute. In second place in the 10 years and under category, we've got Teddy Homelek. Teddy, would you come on up? Congratulations, Teddy. Good job. Here we go. Go. All right, in first place, in the 11 to 15 years category, we've got Max Robertson. Max, would you come on up? All right, Max. Thank you. Nice job. Quick one to work. Gotta get you your check here, bud. Oh, yeah, great. There you go.
Could the winners come up here and?
We will at the end. We'll do a photograph.
And then we've got a couple of folks who could not be here today. So that's in second place in the 11 to 15 years category is Anders Kruger, but we'll be presenting him with his prize at a later time. So we'll move on to the 16 years and older category. That's Paul Makowitz. Paul, would you come on up? Congratulations, Paul. And then we've got second place in the 16 years and older category also could not be with us here today. That's Nick Troher. But thank you, Nick, and thank you, Anders. Like I said, we'll be getting those awards to you here at a later time. And that concludes the presentation of the awards for the Big Tree Hunt. So again, thanks all the participants. Thanks everyone again for pitching in and helping out. And we're looking forward to doing an even better event next year.
So let's get if somebody wants to take pictures, get the winners up here so they can get a
Yeah,
photograph.
little dude. Which guy was that? Oh, yeah.
Sheila,
This guy here. Yep.
what about sign off for minors for Facebook?
Congratulations.
Person from the state drove all the way from right here.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. The lady.
Yeah, oh, you want me in here?
No, up there, yeah, we were up there.
I was gonna ask that when the first one came up. The tree or the kid?
If you want your photograph on Facebook, somebody will come and, as the parents, would sign off if you want, otherwise we won't put it on Facebook.
Did the other way around.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. So next item is approval of the agenda. Do we have a motion for that?
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
Next item is approval of the consent agenda. We have the minutes and the township bills. Pardon? Oh, A's for the agenda, it was all yes. So we're on D, approval of the consent agenda, which includes the minutes from August 12th and the township bills. For your information, the township bills are always reviewed by one of the non-full-time trustees. There are 4 of them. That's a requirement to give another set of fresh eyes to make sure we're not spending wildly.
Okay, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
All those in favor? Or do you need a roll call?
I don't think you need a roll call.
Bob?
resolutions in the consent agenda.
No, there are none.
Okay, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
So the township attorney said we do not need a roll call vote. We can just do it.
There's no resolution.
No resolutions.
Thank you.
Usually there are resolutions, so that's why we do a roll call there. So we're at the stage now, which is public comment, 3 minutes on non-agenda items. Come to the podium, state your name. If you want, state where you live, and we'll hear what you have to say.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is Ann Davidson, and I live in the East Lawn neighborhood, just slightly west of the Township Hall. And I'd like to speak tonight partly on behalf of my neighbors in East Lawn. Board members, I know many of you have children, and you most likely taught certain principles to them when they were growing up, similar to those I'm teaching my own kids. And one of those principles is simply this: if you make a mess, you clean it up. And another one, if you break someone else's property, you offer to pay for it. When a community shares common principles, it keeps the community healthy. Unfortunately, the residents of East Lawn are not seeing a commitment to these principles from the contractors who recently paved the roads in our neighborhood as part of the Plymouth Walk development. As a resident of East Lawn, I'd like to share 3 incidents where the contractors have made a mess, so to speak, on my property and have not cleaned it up. But though the details are specific to my property, most of my neighbors have experienced similar issues. First, our mailbox was destroyed during construction. We had to purchase a new one, and my husband submitted the receipt to Phil at Spalding to Decker, but we have yet to receive any compensation. Second, in 19 years of living on East Side Drive, my family has never experienced sidewalk flooding until after the construction. The ground between sidewalk and street is now sloped in such a way that water runs toward the sidewalk, and furthermore, the intermittent new squares of sidewalk are higher than the existing squares, which causes water to pool on the old squares. Board members, you recently received an email from my neighbor Chris showing the extent of the flooding on his and my property. I want to be clear, I am not asking for that sidewalk to be replaced. I understand that was not part of the project. I simply want it to drain. Mr. Kermey suggested sidewalk lifting, and if that can achieve the goal of draining, that's perfectly fine, but homeowners should not bear the responsibility of paying for that lifting when we did not cause the problem. Finally, where I previously had grass between the sidewalk and the street, I now have a mix of grass, bare patches, and weeds. This is a widespread problem across the neighborhood. I understand that homeowners bear the responsibility for watering the grass seed placed by the contractors, and I have watered daily for several weeks following each application. Unfortunately, because of that unlevel ground in that strip, the seed has gathered in the lower areas and left bare patches that are becoming weed patches. I don't mind doing the work of pulling the weeds and laying down new grass seed and watering it, but residents should not have to pay for more grass seed when, again, we are not the ones who tore up the original existing grass. So to sum up, I ask for your help, please, board members, in getting the contractors to follow these basic principles. If you make a mess, you clean it up. If you break someone else's property, you offer to pay for it. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
My name is Chris Serrani, and I also live in the East Lawn neighborhood, and I was here last week and last time we met. Just want to ask a couple questions. This list of to-dos that are still left to do. The punch list. How do we get a copy of that, and how do we get our issues put onto that?
When you got more questions, or you want me to answer this one now?
That's one of them, because last time I was here, it was mentioned by the township engineer that some of the residents got the punch list, the rest did not. So how do the rest of us get that punch list? And also, how do we get our stuff put on there? And again, like my neighbor said, and that been there 25 years, have not had a problem with any drainage because the water, the road was lower. Now they raised everything up. Ours is the highest point right now where the water goes and it drains down to the lower end where the drains are. The sidewalks have not been changed or the pitch or anything. So yes, if you would like to raise them, that's fine. But we just need this water to go away so we don't have a problem in the wintertime, people slipping, falling, things of that nature.
All right, let's take the easy one. The punch list is not something that the public uses, but you want to get it on the list. So send an email to Phil. They don't have everybody's email. And is your email Frank Zappa? Is that your email?
That is my
So that creates
email.
a lot of confusion because it isn't your name.
Well, then I can change it for you. If
But
you'd
no,
like.
you don't need to change it. But I finally figured out that that's who you are.
Yes, sir.
And then CC me, I'll give you this. So get the information to Phil Strunk.
So Phil, I need to contact.
Yes, he is the boss of the project manager. So, and let's get back to the easy thing. The grass was never intended to be planted at this time. In 2 weeks, the plan is to scoop out some of the dirt and put 2 inches of topsoil and plant grass seed. It's always been the plan.
All right.
Because this is the time to plant grass seed. In June and July is not the time to plant, so they just filled it and left until the fall. And they repeatedly told us that, so that will be fixed. The drainage, you are the unfortunate one, and the engineers have a lot of very good photographs and explanations. Your situation with the puddling on the sidewalk is probably not easily fixed and won't be fixed. The trade-off is if something is done, it will push the water to the front yard. And that's something that they wanted to avoid. They're optimizing. Many of those houses were built incorrectly. They were built very low.
That was General Drive, sir. We
Right.
are on
Well,
East Side.
they had to optimize the whole system, and they said that was never part of the scope to make it perfect. That wasn't the plan. So I don't see a quick fix for the sidewalk puddling. It drains in 1 to 2 hours. And the only open issue is in the winter, it will be less easy to drain. I understand that. So do not expect a lot of activity on the sidewalk. Again tonight, I spoke with Jeremy Schroet, the senior vice president at Spalding de Decker, who's our consulting engineer. They designed the project. And he said the alternatives are
Spalding
not.
designed the
They designed, they designed the
Okay,
road.
well, real quick, I don't mean to interrupt, but a lot of times when you design something, engineers and all that, there's times where you have to go back once things are done.
Yes.
And you have to go back
Field
and
correction.
recheck them, okay? Well, this is one of those 10% that needs to be corrected. Because if I could get somebody out there for the rest of our residents that are having issues with this, you can actually see that there's a design flaw in this because they've raised the street level way up higher than it used to be, and they didn't raise up the grading of the grass and/or the sidewalk to meet that grade. So the runoff
But
is not.
Spalding did that by design, on purpose, as part of
design.
a part of the compromise to make the water, to manage as much of the water and keep the grade of the street. There's 2 alternatives, but neither of them are good. One alternative puts the water in your front yard. The other alternative might be to dig out along the curb and hope that the water stays there for a while and then drains within 2 hours.
I believe that if we raise the sidewalk to the rest of the level of all the other sidewalk,
That was my idea,
it will drain to the street.
That was my idea, and they said it won't work.
Well, then let's bring them out, please, and we will discuss it one-on-one and we can show them that it will work.
So again, Phil Strunk, and I will work from my end.
Okay, I'll get a hold of Phil. I
Phil
appreciate your
Strunk.
time, folks. I passed my 3 minutes. I appreciate it.
No, that's perfectly okay. All of the smart lawyers say do not talk to residents like I'm talking to you, but this way we get things settled earlier and more clearly.
We just want things to be corrected, to be right the way they were. For 25 years, I never had a problem at all with any water drainage. Now, all of a sudden, it's a huge problem, and it's not because of anything we've done. It's because of whoever designed this. You know, it looks good on CAD, but once you start building stuff, sometimes CAD just doesn't work out because some of the calculations are off or whatever. Hey, there's an issue here, and that's what we're here to try to tell the folks here. Please, you guys work for us, help us. That's all we're asking. Thank you.
This project has been very time-consuming for a lot of people.
Okay.
I didn't support it, and a couple of other people up here, another one here didn't, but we got what we got.
Well,
So
I
we're
don't
gonna
like what we
work it.
got, and I don't accept it with what we got. And I've heard too that there's no funding for this. I kind of disagree with that. They never replaced the north side of McCall.
Michael.
So that there's Michael McCall, however you want to pronounce it.
Michael's the name.
Okay, so Michael. So that whole stretch of sidewalk that they were gonna dig out, put in, all that stuff, spend all that money and time and resources, and is that money, where did that go? That money could be used to fix this probably 3 times over.
Right. The
All
only
right, so
issue is the
get
engineers don't know how
involved
to
with
fix
this
it
and the
yet.
company
So
to fix it.
we'll keep working the issue, but I'm not getting your hopes up that it's going to have a silver bullet.
That's very disappointing.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm not going to be the typical politician that says, tell you what you want to hear, and then you get disappointed. Presently, there is no significant, easy, affordable fix that's going to be durable.
Can we put it on the
Scott
list?
is coming at
Oh, of course.
Is it on the list?
I don't know. I don't have the list.
Well, how do we get the list? Again, how do we
Phil
never
Strunk.
answer that?
Phil Strunk.
Phil will
Right.
give it to.
Well, he may not give it to you because that's a document that, between the contractor and the project engineers. But you can get something on the list. You could my judgment is,
Okay, so I can get it on the list, but I can't see the list that I got on the list.
correct. So we have a contract with the contractor, so you are not in the middle of the contract. So just trust Phil Strunk.
Oh, okay. So far, so good.
Right, yeah. Unfortunately, you don't have a lot of skin in the game because you're not paying the contractor.
Thank you.
This is an ad hominem attack.
Okay,
It's not.
state your name, please.
Jared Damagala. I'm a resident of Lake
Pardon?
Point. Jared Damagala. I'm a resident of Lake Point. Related to the Live Golf Tournament, I want to express how exciting it was to have an event come to our community. As an avid golf fan, I was intrigued by Live. I've heard a lot about them, but let me say, I still prefer PGA. They just have a pageantry that's a little bit better. It can go without saying that no event done for the first time can be 100% perfect. There will always be things that can be improved. I'm a huge fan of Imagine Dragons, and so when I was doing my gardening, I enjoyed the background noise. There are many things that are positive about the event that were brought to our community, and some things I think that can be tweaked for next time. I agree with Trustee Stewart that the noise level was louder than expected, but I won't go as far to say that it was too loud. I'm 3 streets closer to St. John's than Trustee Stewart, and I did not think that it was too loud. I know that many feel strongly about the noise level, and I'm sure a compromise can be found to appease both parties, and I hope that you guys will bring the event back again next year. Thank you.
All right.
For your feedback.
Thank you for giving that. I'll give a couple of comments on that. Well, we'll wait till, I'm sure we'll have other people talk about it, and then I'll give my portion of it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ruth Harvey. I have lived in Lake Point also for almost 48 years. This weekend was a big family event in our home, and I had my siblings here from New York City, up Massachusetts, Baltimore, Dallas, and they were so excited about this golf tournament. We took them all around town. We ate in restaurants. They thought Plymouth, they said, whoa, you live in a really cool place. We had no idea. And then I started to see on Facebook that Sunday night the music was a little loud. But it did end at 9 o'clock, and honestly, my husband and I went outside to hear it. We thought it was very cool. But the dialogue keeps going on in the neighborhood about quieting them down. And I'm like, 9 o'clock, not a big deal, because in Lake Point, for the 48 years I've lived there, the fireworks around the 4th of July go on till midnight for a week. It's crazy. And so I'm serious. So I was just so happy for Plymouth next year, because when of a family thing, we plan to go and see it. So I just wanted you to know that not all in Lake Point, like the other man said, we liked it. And 9 o'clock's not such a bad thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Susan Bondi. I've been in Lake Point for over 50 years, okay? I personally did not find the Live tournament and the noise level satisfactory. I don't want to see this become a common thing, okay? It set a precedent, and I hope to God we don't repeat it too dang often, because I found it very bad, noisy. It woke me up in the morning. We were all prepared for the traffic. We all knew that this was going to be, if you didn't want to get caught in the thing, you avoid 5 Mile, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think any of us were prepared for the noise. I live less far from downtown Plymouth, where all the music festivals go on every week, all during the summer. I live closer to the Greek Festival, never heard a peep out of them. But the Live tournament, which was almost 1.5 miles away from me, woke me even in the mornings. I don't know whether they were practicing or setting up speakers, I don't know. But the noise level was too high as far as I'm concerned. And all I'm saying is, I suppose you have a contract for the next couple of years that you have to honor. To me, they need to set up a band shell or something that at least deflects the sound or something. And please, no more big concerts or something that are that loud. I think it's unsatisfactory, and I don't think it's fair to residents who pay the taxes.
Thank you.
Hello, George Wozni. I live probably, do I have to sign it? I live probably 3/4 mile away from that, the Live concert, and it was outrageous. I've lived here 25 years, and I've never been so mad in my whole life. It felt like there's a car with a boombox right in my front yard blasting me. I live on Parkhurst Road, okay? As a matter of fact, I think I met you, Mr. Kermey. You came to my house, and I voted for you too, because you did. You asked for my vote. But that was horrible. My cat was run under the sofa. Eventually I left. It actually was 4 times. They had a sound check on Friday night, extremely loud. I called 911 because of it, you know. And so then I found out, oh, there's going to be a concert on Saturday night, and then Sunday night again. So, and then they actually woke me up at 9 o'clock on Sunday morning. I called 911 again. I said, how in the heck can you have that much noise going on at 9 o'clock, and people are in church and kids are, you know, it was outrageous. Like, and maybe I live a little bit closer than what you folks do, but I think you can understand how mad I am about the whole situation. I don't think that should ever happen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
My name's Elaine Vaughn. I also live at Lake Point, and I did call to complain about the noise. The last night was worse. I felt like my house was vibrating. My dog was afraid. The neighbors were trying to put their children away for school, and with all the vibration and the noise, something needs to be done. I agree there could be a barrier or change directions of the speakers or something. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shifting gears from one concert to another, I'm June Kiercutter, and I'm on the steering committee for the fundraising campaign for 88 One the Park, and the community is invited. I have some postcards to leave for our trustees. On September 18th at Chicane, Grace West, who is a Canton native and went to our high school. She was also a 2023 The Voice finalist. She will be performing at our benefit concert. So you're all invited. We'd love to have you there.
Thank you.
Anyone else? And we'll have a little summary at the end from the fire chief and police chief, and maybe me, on Live Golf. So today we pointed out the only really known concern that came out of that event. Otherwise, it was very successful and positive. So lessons learned, so we'll have to rethink or make some adjustments on music. All right, let's go to new business. So we're going to have a presentation and a resolution from the Western Township Utilities Authority to approve their budget. And the Western Township Utilities Authority was established in the late 1980s by Plymouth Township, Canton Township, and Northville Township to address the lack of sewer capacity and the frozen building that was going on here. You were not allowed to build, there was no houses being built because there was no sewer capacity, so permits weren't allowed. So this was our answer to essentially what was the city of Detroit's effort to stop Western Wayne County development. And they're here today, and we have since divorced from the city of Detroit for a sewer system, and it all goes uphill. So who says it doesn't flow uphill to the Ypsilanti?
I say all the time, my job is to make it flow uphill. Good evening. I'm here tonight to present the annual budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025. The budget was prepared by staff. It has been reviewed by the WTOA Finance Committee, which includes your treasurer. It was reviewed by the Board of Commissioners at a study session, and today it has been approved by Canton Township, Northville Township, and tentatively by the WTOA Board yesterday, following tonight's hopeful approval by the Plymouth Township. What we have is a departmental budget, so really just page 1 is what is approved. The subsequent pages are backup. They're used to develop that page 1, and they're used by staff and the board to track expenditures throughout the year. This year's budget increase is 2.5%. I think, given the state of things, I think that's pretty reasonable. The bulk of those increases are in wastewater treatment charges and electricity. That makes up the bulk of the increases. If you look at there's nothing really exciting in our budget. One thing that might jump out of you on page 1 is the administrative line item, which shows an 11% increase. We have contract operations with full-time staff operating our facilities. The project manager for our contractor retired, and to help in the transition, we actually hired him directly. So he's filling a position that has been unfilled actually for the past 23 years on a short-term basis, and the entire cost of that was reduced from our contract with the contractor. So it's an 11% increase in administrative, but there is also a corresponding decrease in our contract operator contract. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Tell us how many full-time employees you have for this big operation.
Now we have 4.
4?
Yes. Typically 3.
So I do have a bit of an issue with the salary increases. I think they're on, I'm not sure where they're at.
Yes, the salary increases shown in the budget are budgeted only. They're not actual increases. The actual increases for staff occur through board resolution in December. So this is what we have budgeted. It is not what the staff is getting.
Show us that line again.
It would be on page, I believe, 7.
Right here. Budget includes a 4.7% increase for staff effective the first day of 2024.
It's a 4.5% budgeted increase. Again, that is not what the actual increase
Is that a
will
typo?
be. What's that?
It says 2024.
I think it's a typo. 2025 is what it is? Or 2024?
26, wouldn't it be?
2026.
So what do you mean it's a typo, Aaron?
I
don't-
said typo.
Oh,
The 2024 should say 2026. January 1 is what you mean, first pay of 2024?
Yeah, that's not the correct page.
Okay, so that's not the right page. You can walk up there and look at it if you need to get closer.
Yeah, I believe that was corrected after, that's not the final version that was passed. What we've budgeted is a 4.5% increase effective the first pay of 2026. The actual increase that staff will receive, and again, that staff is 3 people, is decided by the board in either November or December prior to any actual increase.
yeah, and I get that, and it still has to be voted on, but it doesn't reflect the communities that are the member communities in terms of the staff in those communities. The non-represented staff aren't receiving raises of that magnitude.
Yes, when we develop our budget, typically the townships have not yet completed theirs to know what that actual percentage increase will be. So we take that into consideration in November when I make my recommendation to the board.
Okay.
Again, this is a budget. I don't like to come back for budget amendments, so we budget things slightly high. That doesn't mean that we will be extending a 4.5% increase to staff unless that's what's warranted based on a comparison with the townships.
Do we have any more questions from the board? Anyone from the audience?
Does this meet with the treasurer's approval? Is the reasonable question, the money and the numbers?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Ready for a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Move that the Board of Trustees approve resolution number 2025-08-26-62, adopting the 2025-2026 WTUA budget per the recommendations of the WTUA Executive Director.
Second.
Okay, I'll take a roll call. Supervisor Kermy?
Yes.
Trustee Buckley?
Yes.
Trustee Groth, yes. Treasurer Dorshevitz?
Yes.
Trustee Stewart?
Yes.
And Trustee Clinton?
Yes.
Okay, motion passed.
Thank you.
All right, next item is F2.
Thank you for coming.
F2, we're going to revise, that means, nice word for saying, increase water and sewer rates for 2025, beginning in September 1.
Okay, so thank you. I passed out on, before the meeting, some replacement pages from what was originally in the packet because I discovered math error and I corrected it. So when we...
Yeah, just need to get closer to it.
Is that better? Yep. So I met with Patrick Felrath and Carol Roshan a couple of times, and we did analysis of the rates based on the wholesale costs from GLWA and Watua and the overhead and infrastructure maintenance. So the goal of our water and sewer rates is to make ourselves whole and to add to the long-term reserves at a level that is appropriate for reserves, and that's a question that doesn't have a black and white answer. What is the right number in cash reserves? We're exceeding $20 million now in cash in the water and sewer fund that's unencumbered. So when we look at long-term projects, we are extremely healthy in that regard. So what you do is you take the cost of the wholesale cost of the water, take the cost of the sewage to WTUA, add in the overhead and infrastructure maintenance. So we need to budget for pipes that are going to break and staff and people to read water meters and people to go out in the middle of the winter at 2 o'clock in the morning and fix that pipe that's broken when I'm not going out there, and so on. The three organizations that impact this budget and these rates have staggered fiscal years. Great Lakes Water runs July to June, Watua runs September to August, and Plymouth Township is calendar year. So it takes a little bit of proration or understanding how a rate increase right now is going to impact the bottom line. So we have to take that into account. We've paid off our debt to Watua for the expansion, and so we have no sewer debt to speak of. And right now we're, in a kind of a capital accrual phase of the cycle. So with future infrastructure requirements, the meters are reaching end of life. They're getting old. The meter in my house is 26 years old, which means it may not be measuring correctly, and I hope it's measuring under, not over. But it's, you know, it's the meters have 20-year life, and we don't have a plan to replace the meters across the township because we don't, you know, we had explored and received proposals on an AMI project, but we put that on the shelf for now. If water mains need to be replaced, it's about $1 million per half miles. And then we have a run rate for the sewer linings, as well as the life cycle maintenance on the water towers. So we accrue $600,000 a year for maintenance on the water tower. So again, the cash reserves are just north of 20 million. We make a lot of interest on that too every year.
Can that be used for the AMI upgrade?
It could be used for that AMI upgrade, yes. It's got to be used for something related to water and sewerage and that infrastructure, which is a perfect fit for that. So this year, for the 100th year in a row, Great Lakes Water, which used to be Detroit Water, raised their rates at 5.69% to Plymouth Township. They cite the increase in the cost of chemicals to treat the water as the primary reason they've experienced rate increases, but we get hit with them every year. And I'll be shocked if we ever don't get hit with one. As you just heard from Aaron, Watua increases was 2.5%. In 2024, we made almost $900,000 in interest on that 22 million, and investing in, what's permissible under our investment policy. The projected demand for water and sewerage is flat. We're pretty fully built out. Once the 5-mile corridor gets finished, we may expand our water usage somewhat, but we're pretty much flat, and we're not seeing really any growth in the use of water and sewer. One of the things we do for sewer, because the question's always asked, there's a presumption that for every gallon of water that you use, a gallon of water goes down into the sewer. So the rates we charge for the water and the sewer side of it. But you could argue that it doesn't all go down there. You drink some of it. So we give a 25% discount on the sewer portion of your water bill in the summer, and whatever zone your water bill comes out in, you'll see a 25% discount if you didn't happen to notice that. And the reason we do that is that some of that water was used for irrigation and landscaping and didn't go down into the sanitary sewers. So what we've been doing with water rates since Mark was treasurer was to try to smooth it out as much as possible. The recommendation today is to increase the rates by 3.5%, but I think we could also do 3% and still be above water if the boards would prefer that. So the new cost would be 6/10 of a penny for a gallon of water, and a half a penny for it to go down the sewer. So if you flush the toilet and it's 3.8 gallons, that's about, what, 3 cents? If you take a shower, that's about $1, unless it's a teenager, and then that's about $17. These are the historical retail rates. You can see currently our combined is $11.47. We had a 5% increase last year when the CPI was 2.4%. But you can see over time, going back to 2016, we've kept the increases below the rate of inflation by keeping our costs down, and we've been able to do a pretty good job of that. 16 to 17 and 17 to 18 was an anomaly because I don't want to get into politics.
That's when we lowered water rates.
We lowered rates and then raised them to correct that a year later. And I'm not even going to say we, I'm going to say people that were here at that time. But anyways, that's our historical rates. The impact on cash, our change in net position in 2024 was 1.32 million. So you can see in this chart, our net position has continued to grow slowly, and our assets, our current assets have continued to grow. So, like I said, we're healthy. The auditors say we're healthy. We're in good shape on these rates. So these increases would take effect September 1st. The Great Lakes Water Authority costs 60% of what they charge us is fixed and 40% is variable. So we have to pay a fixed cost to GLWA of $273,000 per month, regardless of whether we use 1 gallon or none. And the variable cost from them is $1.90 per 1,000 gallons, or 0.19 cents per gallon. So they estimate that we'll use a boatload of water, and the total cost per gallon, per 1,000 gallons of water is $44.76. Then we have to assume that for every gallon that comes in the front door, we lose about 5% of the water downstream. It's maybe leakage in the system. It's maybe meters that are underperforming. It's hard to say where it's at, but that's just a typical rate. So it costs us about $5 per 1,000 gallons when you take that leakage into the equation. Watua was covered. Some of the projects, meters are approaching end of life, I said. List of communities that don't have AMI is Plymouth Township. List of communities that have AMI is everyone else not noted above.
Have a way with words.
So what is also on the short-term acquisition list is a new dumper truck and a new Vector, which is the machine that goes on around and sucks up water. And Patrick can explain what a Vector does. The DPW parking lot and storage yard needs significant repairs. The sidewalk along Ann Arbor Road and Plymouth Walk is underway. Liners to the pipe. There's going to be a new water tank installed on 5 Mile and Ridge, which will support the development primarily for Jones. It's not primarily for them, but it'll be on that large parcel that's on the corner of Napier and 5 Mile, where the Fellows Creek bisects that property. on the western side where the Jones development is going, that parcel on the corner will have another water tank, which will stabilize that. And what'll happen with that water tank, this was discussed in the last meeting, is that we're paying for half of it up front, but we'll be reimbursed through brownfield capture over time, so we'll be made whole. Okay, now to the fun stuff, the rate analysis. If we go to 3%, the key number is down here at the bottom, which is the impact to the net position without depreciation. If we went to 3%, we would, and all the other assumptions were true, we would about break even. If we go to 3.5%, we'll, be a little bit ahead of even. But this tells you where we're at.
So Bob, what is your recommendation? 3 or 3.5?
I initially came forward with 3.5, but I think we should do 3.
Your recommendation is 3.
3 added.
Okay.
Here's what the neighbors charge. Northville Township is a little bit less than us. Canton is about the same, a little bit less. City of Northville is quite a bit higher, and City of Plymouth is quite a bit higher. So if what's interesting about that is that the 3 communities that have the lower rates are the Wautua communities, and City of Northville and City of Plymouth are not in Wautua. So they all 5 of these communities all get their water from GLWA. Not everybody pays the same rate. It depends if there's a really complex formula, and it depends on how far they got to pump it uphill and blah, blah, blah. And so not everyone pays the same rate, but City of Northville, charges quite a bit extra. So this kind of anecdotally demonstrates or illustrates that the Wautua investment was a good investment, because these other 2 communities have to continue to use the Detroit system for their storage, and you can see how that impacts their rates. And that's the end of the presentation.
Go back to the slide that showed the sewer rates. Decline right here, sewer rates. So you look at 2017, 5.67, it went up to 6, and you can see that it went down.
Yeah.
And that's because of the efficiency of Wautua and the ability of the Ypsilanti sewage treatment plant, which is a very clean plant.
No, I think that was, Mark, during your time, and what happened, if I recall.
That was in 2016?
No, 18 to 19 and 19 to 20, we flipped the numbers because we were overcharging for sewer and undercharging for water, if I remember.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in 2017, we divorced from the City of Detroit sewer system. 2017 in July. That's when we went 100% Ypsilanti sewage treatment.
Right. But the numbers so Mark was in office during this time, and he did this analysis, and he came to the board and said, hey, we're not charging right because we're underwater for water, pardon the pun, and we're overcharging for sewer.
So it was backwards.
It was backwards.
All right, good. All right.
I am prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
Well, I have a little discussion. You're going to go with, I prefer 3.5 so that we have a closer to break even with a little plus, since we don't know what's going to happen with MITC development. But that's my.
What were the initial costs that we were discussing in regards to AMI?
Well, between 5 and 8 million.
Yeah.
Including the meters.
So the meters are, Patrick, do you recall like if we just replaced all the meters without AMI, that would be 4 million, right? And then the AMI layer was another 2 million? Yeah, so it was about 6. I don't know if that would still be the case because, all the proposals have expired. But the meters, just to replace the meters is $4 million. So the AMI layer was another 2.
Well, shouldn't the percentage that we decide upon at least reflect some of that consideration for the future? And
I think it should.
do you feel that the 3% would?
Well, the reason I do is because we got so much cash right now. And we run a risk of having too much cash. Without going into a lot of detail, there was a lawsuit on the west side of the state in which they said, you've been overcharging for water, you have too much cash, you gotta give some back. Without going into too much detail.
That would thing use that to fix the sidewalks.
Yeah,
Did I
that's
say
a
that
different
out loud?
pot, unfortunately.
Different pot of money.
Yeah, different pot. So, one thing to remember is 60% of the cost is fixed. So regardless if you use 1 gallon, the cost is going to be the same as you use 10 million on the fixed side, because you have to pay that every month. So one of the reasons that I've been reluctant to go with AMI is you're spending a whole lot of money to measure 40% of the bill versus keeping up with the same system of doing it manual reading. AMI is radio frequency reading once per hour approximately. So that you'd have real time, you'd be able to go on your app and see how many times your kids flush the toilet.
But they made a good case, not to get back into that, made a good case for all the personnel that would not be as necessary because of that. And
But we were not going to lay anybody off. So really, it wasn't a good business case. Usually when you do a capital improvement, typically you redeploy or you lay the people off that are doing that work.
well, they said they needed them for other projects, if I recall. They could
Yeah,
be
I know they
better
said that. Yeah, I
used.
know they said
Yeah,
that.
I was
Yep.
trying to remember.
I agree. But this year I authorized temporary meter readers, summer jobs, things like that, to allow freedom. They get paid $17 an hour. It's a lot of exercise, 25,000 steps a day. So you're ready for a motion?
It's your understanding you concur with the treasurer?
I prefer 3.5, but you guys get to make the decision also.
So you concur with it and you're recommending?
Well, in this document that was sent, that's in the board packet, it's
Okay.
3.5.
You are recommending that?
3.5.
Okay, I will offer the motion
Wait,
then.
excuse me. I was going to
I'm
offer the
sorry.
motion.
Oh, fine, be my guest.
Thank you. But there is one question. The previous resolution had a number of 2025-08-2663. I think what will happen is that they will invalidate this motion, and we have to take the next resolution number, which would make it 68. Is that
Okay.
sound?
Why wouldn't we leave it 63?
Because you showed that, because you already have an original motion at 63, and we're changing it.
What are we changing it to?
Well, we're changing the numbers.
Why is that a problem? We do that.
Yeah, you can keep the number the same, you just change it. If you're gonna lower it to 3.0, you just read the resolution stays the same.
I understand that, but having previously worked in the clerk's office, we show a record of the original written resolution, and then we adopt a different number and show that that resolution was not passed and that we reassigned a number 68.
I think that complicates it. I just keep the number the same, but 63.
All right, since I'm going to
It's not
make the
just
motion,
amended.
I'm going to make the motion that I move to approve Resolution 2025-08-26-68, effective September 1st, 2025, to revise the Plymouth Township Comprehensive Fee Schedule to reflect a 3% water and sewer rate increase. The new water consumption rate will be $6.48 per 1,000 gallons, And the new sewer disposal use rate will be $5.34 per 1,000 gallons.
Second,
Where did we get the 34 cents?
off of the rate
Oh,
analysis
sorry.
chart.
My bad.
Ready for a roll call?
37.
Trustee Buckley?
I'm just to recall, you said 34 cents?
$5.34. And that's based on 3%. If you
The
look
chart,
at
the
this-
chart up
Original
there,
mod.
right up there.
Yeah, that was the original one.
I thought this was the corrected one.
No, you're right.
Yes.
Okay. Chuck Kermy?
Yes.
Bob Dorshevitz?
Yes.
Sandy Groth, yes. Mark Clinton?
Yes.
John Stewart?
Yes.
Okay, motion passed.
Next item is going to be a presentation by a company that we use called WCA to do assessing and keeping track of our taxable value in the township so that taxes are accurately assessed. Aaron Powers is one of the principals of that company, and he's right here. We pay this company about $33,000 a month to do this, and the tax administration fee, the 0.95 to 1%, goes substantially to pay for their services and the treasurer. Can't be used for any other item. So when you look at your tax bill, you'll see a line item there, administration fee. All right, go ahead.
Okay, good
Anybody
evening.
ever seen that?
Good evening, Supervisor and board members. My name is Aaron Powers. I am the Township Certifying Assessor. And with me this evening, I have Tracy Haley. Tracy is also an assessor, and she's your departmental administrator here at Plymouth Township. And as the supervisor indicated, we are your township assessors. And what is it that a township assessor does? Is that annually we're required by the state of Michigan to determine every single value or the value of every single property in the municipality on an annual basis. We are not township employees, as is very typical throughout Wayne County. The vast majority of assessors' offices in Wayne County are ran by contractors or done on a contractual basis, as that is also probably the similar case throughout the entirety of the state of Michigan. So one of the couple of items that we wanted to be able to present to you this evening was to provide you with the update of the most recent Department of Treasury audit. So we're going to go ahead and additionally talk to you about the Department of Treasury audit. We're also going to talk about some trends for the amount of properties that have sold here in the township, as well as touch on some of the veterans exemption data that was requested for us to present, as well as some PRE updates. And then certainly we'll have an opportunity to answer any questions that you may have as it relates to what it is, what we do, and anything relative to assessing. So on the slide here, what you're going to see is the PA 660 of 2018 Assessment Role and Practices Audit. And what does that mean and what is this thing? So every jurisdiction in the state of Michigan is required to go through an audit process every 5 years. You'd ask yourself, why is it that the state of Michigan is terribly interested in municipal assessing? It's simply because of the fact that we're responsible for not only the determination of the general property tax, which is collected at the local municipality, but also the vast majority of the school funding that's determined in the state of Michigan, state education tax, county tax, even the tax that goes to the DIA and the zoo. All of that information is predicated on values that the assessor's office determines. So the state has wanted to ensure that every jurisdiction is doing things properly, and they've had some sort of an audit process and procedure in existence for over 20 years now. But back in 2018, there was a significant legislative change that was relative to assessment role practices and how we kind of worked with assessing in the state of Michigan. And at that point, they've determined that every 5 years they're going to do an annual audit. And the 25 audit was conducted in all of Wayne County, and we have your results here on the next slide. And I know it's kind of difficult to see, but this can certainly be something we can throw on our webpage as well. But you'll basically see that the items that we have are substantial compliance review items and technical
compliance review items. And I'll go ahead, I think this is kind of important, so I'll read some of this information out so that if you can't see it, we can at least talk about it a little bit. And that is, does the local unit have properly developed and documented land value determinations? And it was determined yes. Does the local unit have properly developed and documented economic condition factors? Yes. Does the local unit have less than 1% of parcels in override and less than 1% for flat land values? And that was yes. Those are the substantial compliance review items. If we were to fail any of those items, it's an immediate consideration where there's a lot of things that have to occur if that were the case. We've never done that, so it's not a consideration. And then we move on to the technical compliance review items. Does the local unit use STC-approved computer-assisted mass appraisal system? We do. Do we have and follow a policy defining assessing office accessibility? We do. Does the local unit provide online access to assessing information? That is yes. Does the local unit provide contact information on the notices to taxpayers? We do. Does the local unit ensure that support staff and board of review members are sufficiently trained? Yes, and that's something that's to be noted is that ever since 2018, those individuals that sit on your board of review in any of your cities or townships are required to take biannual educational requirements from the state of Michigan. Does the local unit conduct an annual personal property canvass? We do. Does the July and December board of review meetings comply with the state statutory authority? That was yes. Does the local unit have adequate process for determining exemptions? That was yes. So on the second page we're going to have is the technical compliance review items. And that does this local unit meet the requirements outlined in the SDC publication supervising and preparation of the assessment role? Yes. Does the local unit have proper poverty exemption guidelines, including an asset level test, and was the policy followed? There you're going to see no with a big red circle around it. And then has the local unit implemented CAMA data standards as currently adopted by the SDC? Yes. So basically what you're seeing is that all of the substantial compliance review items were adopted, technical compliance items were adopted, and then the only thing that was not perfect was the poverty exemption guidelines, including the asset level test. So if we move on to the next slide, we actually have an item for your consideration this evening relative to the poverty guidelines. I'll talk to you a little bit about that. That's going to be the next item on for your agenda. But all items were met for substantial compliance, and we had one technical compliance issue, which really requires no further action. So even if the board chooses not to adopt the policy and guidelines, there's no consideration from the state's concern. So in the state of Michigan, you have the opportunity to apply for a poverty exemption on your property taxes. And there are a couple of rules and regulations on how that works. One is that each local municipality has to first set forth a poverty standard or a income standard, and you also have to have an asset test. The income standard cannot be lower than the federal poverty guidelines, which are established annually by the Michigan Department of Treasury, and your asset test has to be adopted by your local board. That's been perfect, hasn't been any issue, and there was no applicants to Plymouth Township for the 2025 March Board of Review as it relates to poverty exemptions. So there was no one that was denied anything as it relates to this. However, being said, one of the items that is in our asset test is that if an individual applying for a poverty exemption has a second piece of property, then that piece of property currently would have to be considered as an asset to the applying individual. The auditor didn't like that because let's say, for example, that our asset test indicated that if you had liquid assets or assets in general, which were more than 1.5 times the local tax bill, then of course your exemption criteria as it relates to the asset test could be incorrect. What we failed to consider is if for some reason you owned a second piece of property which had a very insignificant value and be like a $500 lot someplace or something along those lines. I know it's kind of splitting hairs, it's kind of being very nitpicky, but that's what the auditors are there for. And that's essentially what the correction that we're going to be recommending to the board to take adoption for. And the next item on your agenda would be there to correct. It's a pretty simple fix, and we feel that that way, if there's ever any question moving forward, we could go with that. Any questions on the audit before I move on to the next item?
So every parcel gets assessed every year, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the next item that we wanted to discuss is just the residential sales activity here in the township. So the township has 10,172 residential parcels, and you can see the activity from the residential sales there in your packet of how that's kind of moved around. In 2020, we had 440 sales, 2021, 470, 2022, we had 411, 23, 324, and 2024, 339. That's very typical to what it is commonplace that we see, is that's usually 3 to 5% of the jurisdictions are, of the parcels in a particular residential class are being sold on an annual basis. So that number's gonna pop up and down a little bit in accordance with market activity, but that's pretty typical for Western Wayne County, what it is that we've been looking at. The next slide that we have here is relative to the veterans exemptions. And the two most commonplace exemptions that exist in, for most people to be aware of is, of course, the poverty exemption, and then in the state of Michigan, the veterans exemption as well. So if you're an individual in the state of Michigan who is 100% permanently disabled or unable to work due to a service-related disability, so if you're receiving the actual disability determination from the VA, then you have the opportunity to apply for a veterans exemption. When that occurs, up until recently, it would, it still does negatively affect the overall tax capture to the local municipality. We still kind of keep the numbers on the roll now, although it's exempt from collection of taxes. And it's pretty typical. I mean, if you were a municipality, for example, that we have some clients that have like a VA hospital, and those numbers are significantly larger, but 32 back in 2020, 34 in 21, which were applied and granted, 32 in 2022, 35 in 2023, and then 51 in 2024, and 54 in 2025. It has been our case, I mean, typically if an individual that lives in the municipality qualifies for a veterans exemption, we almost anticipate that to continue, although that's not always the case. We've had some applicants for the exemption that have at a later date be determined to not be 100% disabled. It's rare, but we've actually seen a few of those examples throughout the vast majority of applicants that we've seen. But what we have here is pretty typical. The actual dollar amount we could try to work on, but there's a significant, probably 3 million taxable. Yeah, so.
So it's 3 million in taxable income is 100% exempt from taxes due to veterans exemptions.
Taxable value, I'm just going off of what I'm knowing to be the average median home value in the township with what it is that we have here. So, I mean, it could vary from that, but that's pretty typical. Since the adoption of the statute, that's pretty typical.
And that includes an exemption for school taxes and all taxes, correct?
100% exempt.
Okay.
Question for you. I know you're trying to speak on the jump from 2020 to 2025. Is it just they're more aware of the veterans exemption, or is Plymouth Township having more 100% disabled veterans?
So,
is there no way to...
Since the statute was adopted, veterans are certainly becoming more and more aware of it. I spoke with someone today that's moving into a jurisdiction that we service that was aware, and he wanted to be really wanted to know, you know, at what point does he move his exemption from community A to community B? So it's been out there for a while. They're aware of it. There were a large percentages of veterans that were aware of it and may not have qualified. So whether or not the VA is determining eligibility requirements different from one point to the other. And then, of course, we have individuals that are moving from in and out of communities that are entitled to this exemption. So as long as you are 100% disabled from a service-related injury, or in fact you're determined to be 100% unemployable due to your service-related injury, then you could qualify for this exemption, and that's really the only limitation. So there's not a limit on the value of home that you could own. It has to be your homestead, so that certainly wouldn't work on a commercial property or recreational property that the veteran would own, but it's for the homestead of the veteran.
So tell us how you handle a spouse upon the death of the veteran. What happens?
So that's the other thing, is that if you're an unremarried surviving spouse of a veteran that previously owned property in the state of Michigan, that's very important. So if you are the unremarried surviving spouse of a veteran that previously owned property in the state of Michigan, you could qualify for this as well. If you're the spouse of a veteran and subsequently become married, you no longer qualify, or if your spouse did not own property in the state of Michigan before you moved here, you may not qualify. But for a veteran surviving spouse, then you can continue to qualify for this exemption.
I thought the surviving spouse only gets the benefit as long as they're in that home. If they sell it and move out, they can move the benefit?
I believe that is correct, right? Yeah.
That was a change recently, I want to say in the last.
So even if they moved to Northville, it would follow them there?
Correct.
The
As long
surviving
as
spouse.
the veteran owned property in the state.
Somewhere in the state of Michigan?
Correct. They couldn't move in from Florida and then the unremarried surviving spouse qualify.
But you have to redo it every single year, correct?
You used to have to redo it every single year, and then in 2025, that was the final year for us to actually, what was it, 24?
No, next year will be, so everyone that currently has the 2025 veterans exemption will not need to file another application for 2026. As long as it's still the same owner and there's no transfer, that will remain on that property.
Gotcha.
And then what'll happen is under that specific statute, it'll be the responsibility of the assessor's office to annually, biannually, triannually audit to make sure that the individuals have not transferred the property, or that we don't question whether or not that they may have a reason to require them to make application again. So the next slide that we have is for non-PRE residential parcels. And let me explain a little bit for the folks here and the folks at home maybe about what PRE stands for, and that is the vast majority of people in the state of Michigan that own and occupy their property as their principal residence are entitled to this thing called your principal residence exemption. Most people don't even realize they have it, but the vast majority of owners that own and occupy their property do. And what that does is that enables those individuals to be exempt for a portion of the school operating tax. Okay? So the school operating tax for property which is not owned by your principal, as your principal residence, pays an additional 18 mills school operating tax. So what we are able to do is to look to see in the jurisdiction, how many properties are maybe not your principal residence. And that could just be anything from a vacant piece of property, which of course would not qualify, to a home that may be a rental, or to someone's second home, or some other fashion of not being claimed as a principal residence.
So this used to be called the homestead exemption?
Correct. It's what it's often referred to as the homestead exemption.
Yeah, can you explain, probably the number one call I get is people will ask me why their taxes went up significantly from last year or the year before. And when they had an uncapping event, they had bought the home and moved into it, because the real estate agents never seem to remember to explain uncapping to their clients.
I can, if we want to go back a couple slides to where we were talking about residential sales. So without getting into a whole lot of, we can get into some detail, or as much detail as what we need to properly answer your question. But when we indicated that we determine the values of each property in the township on an annual basis, we determine what the assessed value is for that property. And the assessed value by statute and by constitution for the state of Michigan is to represent 50% of true cash value. That's what the property is worth. That's what you see on that thing that we send out every single year that says this is not a tax bill. It has your SEV on that particular piece of property. That being said, you don't pay taxes based off of the value of your property. You pay taxes based off of your taxable value. And it's that taxable value that is limited upon the amount that it can increase on an annual basis year after year by 5% or the rate of inflation, whichever is less, until the property transfers in ownership. So luckily, in the last
multiple years here in Plymouth Township, residential values have increased more than 5%, which is a good thing because property owners certainly want to see the value of their homes increase. That being said, the amount of taxes that are being implied upon that increased value is limited by having that capped taxable value. So that value is capped, and as I said, the biggest caveat is until the property transfers ownership. So if we assume we have a home that may have been purchased in 2020 and the home's value is $400,000, it has a $200,000 assessment, it's had those tiny little incremental increases going from 2020 to 2025. However, if that same neighboring property, for example, may have been purchased instead of being in 2020, let's say it was purchased in 2010, that property's had really incremental increases for a long time. So there's a gap that is larger between that assessed and taxable value. So when a new owner looks to purchase a piece of property anywhere in the state of Michigan, they may experience a increase in tax liability than what the prior owner was paying. And it's highly recommended that any person looking at a piece of property should get a good indication, in addition to what their realtor tells them, to what their tax liability might be. So the calls that you're getting is the most common call I think treasurer and assessors get throughout the state of Michigan, wherever I go, is that, oh, the previous owner only paid, $10 in taxes and now I'm paying $20, what gives? And it's simply that uncapping situation that's been actually in the state of Michigan since 1994, but it certainly triggers a lot of first-time and potentially second-time home buyers as a big surprise when they have that additional tax liability that's jumped on. Does that help?
Yeah, that was a perfect explanation.
So when that happens, the assessed value becomes the taxable value.
Opposite way around, but you're very correct. Your taxable value in the year after you purchase a piece of property becomes equal to the assessed value.
Okay.
Or the property
And then
transfers ownership,
over time, you see this gap developing, and the longer somebody's, and the reason for that is it prevents people from getting taxed out of their homes. Because if your market value, if you're in a market like Plymouth Township where the values rise, double digits frequently, if taxes rose at the same rate, you'd start taxing people out of their homes.
Well, that's what was going on in 1994 when the referendum for Proposition A came.
Okay.
And made the system much more complex, because then you had PREs or homestead.
It did. And prior to 1994, it was quite simple. We just had to value everything. Now we get to value everything, keep track of everyone's exemptions, all the other myriad of exemptions that exist. And we've kind of kept our discussion on real property, and we have personal property in the state of Michigan with a number of additional exemptions and other items as well. But I think we were concluding with the non-PRE parcels, and I was going to give you an indication of where that's been at for the last couple of years. In 2020, there was 147 non-PRE residential parcels, 195 in 2021, 191 in 2022, 192 in 2023, 175 in 2024, and we're not done with 2025 yet, but about 147 in 2025.
So with short-term rentals, I'm surprised that isn't increasing versus going down.
These can be rentals, or a lot of times they're, people have two homes, and maybe they have a more valuable home in Traverse City, so they make that their principal residence, and they pay I see that frequently. But they are also rental homes, I see.
So the next slide, I'm pretty sure, is just our conclusion, our opportunity for questions. And we welcome any questions that you may have, and if there's certainly any additional information we can provide the board in a future date, we'd be happy to do so.
Please tell us what the value and cost would be to reassess the township using a statistical method.
Correct. So when you talk about reassessing the township, there's a few things and few concepts that are worthy of consideration, worthy of thought. Okay, so when the assessor goes out and determines the valuation of a particular piece of property, there are three approaches to valuation that's utilized. And it's the same in Plymouth Township as it is anywhere in the state of Michigan. We are
closely ruled and controlled by the Michigan Department of Treasury, how we perform our duties, which is the same, whether I always jokingly tell people if it's in Kalamazoo or Kalkaska, it's exactly the same. But the three approaches to value that we would generally consider would be the cost approach, the sales approach, and the sales comparison approach. And the vast majority of residential properties anywhere in the state of Michigan, you use a combination of the cost approach and the sales comparison approach. And in a quick nutshell, I'll try to be quick, the cost approach takes into account the depreciated cost of everything that's there with a particular piece of property in succinct detail so that we know whether or not this portion of the house is on a slab, this portion's on a basement, it's a one-story, two-story type of construction, class of construction, all that information. And then essentially what we do is we narrow down using statistical mass appraisal those costs to the local geographical area and the sales that have occurred within that area. And using a residual value indicator, we can alter those costs to represent true cash value. So the cost approach, which is where we go out and physically catalog and identify the very succinct differences in all the differences of properties, is what your assessment records are predicated on. And they're all available online. So just like your income tax, you can go online every single year, look at all of our assessment records, all of the detail that's under the consideration for your property, all of the land valuations, all of the sales comparison analyses. It's required by law. Everything is online for this. But where it comes into play is on the fair and equitability, the fair and equitability of the assessment. So when anyone pulls a building permit, we go out and we look to see at the construction of that particular building permit, and we go out and try to update all of the physical characteristics of these properties as annually as possible. When a property sells, we look at things. But that doesn't mean that certain things in any jurisdiction aren't just potentially built without a building permit. Or more importantly, a lot of people forget to actually pull a building permit when they're demolishing or removing an item. So there could be items on the assessment record cards that are still there that people are being taxed on, that if you haven't looked to determine if your property is being assessed properly or not, may have been gone. You may have knocked down that shed that we assessed you for 15 years ago when the shed got ratty and had to go down. So it's always our intent to be able to have fair and equitable valuation on all the assessments that we do. One of the things that we might recommend to the board would be to do a study, a 3% sampling of the residential class. That 3% sampling, we could then go through and interpolate the results of what it is that we find from that 3% sample and let the board know what the analysis might provide, how many changes we actually identified, and whether it might make financial sense to move forward with a larger valuation. You asked me that question earlier today as far as what it would cost for that analysis or sample, and roughly, although I don't have a formal proposal or authority to present that as of yet, it's around $8,000 to do that analysis. And then from that, you can go through and interpolate the results to determine if, in fact, what your ROI would be on that type of an analysis. We've done this most recently for the city of Westland. We've done this in Canton Township, city of Plymouth, Garden City. We just put in a proposal to Taylor. We do 30 of the 43 jurisdictions in Wayne County, and maybe 10 of those 30 we've probably done re-inspections, reappraisals.
I don't get it. What
sense.
exactly are you doing that's different than you do annually?
So a re-inspection would be to specifically look at every single home in the jurisdiction, side by side, one by one, looking at every single property record card, resketching, remeasuring, reevaluating, redetermining land valuation, and confirming, starting from scratch again, essentially.
So you would physically inspect those properties? And
correct.
Good luck getting people's cooperation for that one.
Well, they don't go inside the house.
No, it's exterior.
Oh. So why would a municipality do that?
Typically because ultimately what's oftentimes found is that there is significant omitted value.
A significant what? I didn't hear.
Omitted value.
Omitted value, mean higher taxes?
Yeah, so like, for example, someone may have built a deck that they didn't pull a building permit on that we were unaware of. or the fact that you may be paying on the concrete brick and paver patio or whatever, but your neighbor isn't because it wasn't done in a proper foundation or proper methodology to do so. So it leads to a situation where you have disparity between two identical properties. We go out, we look at on average 15 to 20% of the properties in a fashion, meaning that we review whether or not the sales is comparatively to one or two standard deviations, whether or not if there's a permit pulled, we're certainly out there looking at the permit activity. But what we tend to find is that when we do a full reanalysis, it's called a reappraisal, essentially we establish and look at the entirety of a municipality in one full shot.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, if a house is assessed at 200,000 and the taxes are based on that assessed value, they're based on the taxable value. If a person sells the house for 450,000, it would not be proper for the buyer to assume that the taxes are going to be based on a new assessed value of 1/2 of 450,000. You kind of do a general evaluation and apply.
So the state law indicates that the sales price is not the presumptive true cash value of an assessment. However, the sales price is a consideration. It's a statistical mass appraisal, and it's the sales price of that particular property that's selling as well as all of its comparable neighbors that ultimately affect the final valuation that we come to.
Okay.
The public should know that they can challenge an assessment at the Board of Review in the spring.
Absolutely, and that's indicated on their assessment change notice that they receive annually.
Any other questions from here?
No, I would just like to comment, this is very informational and you're very knowledgeable and I really appreciate your expertise. I think you taught us all a lot today about this process.
Thank you. We're hoping to be back at least before, the next audit time and let you know how the audit results come back again. And we just want to make sure we're keeping you informed with the activities that we're doing.
So, any questions from the audience? Made your head hurt, huh?
Do we have a recommendation on the poverty exemption guidelines?
That's the next item. We're not.
Yeah, that's coming up, right?
It was up on the screen.
Yeah, you've already talked about it, so you're ready for a motion, correct? The poverty exemption, well, we don't have to adopt this, is what you told us, but it's a good idea to do it.
Correct. It's recommended. You don't have to, but it would be recommended because ultimately that would put our poverty exemption guidelines. We haven't had an applicant yet for 2025, but should we have one, it would be nice that the auditor's recommendations could be considered.
Okay.
Right, and that way, when we do the audit next time, we have all our boxes checked, yes.
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Supervisor, I move to approve resolution number 2025-08-26-64 to adopt the attached poverty exemption guidelines effective within the 2026 tax year as required under Public Act 253 of 2020.
Second.
Supervisor Kermy?
Yes.
Trustee Buckley?
Yes.
Trustee Groth, yes. Treasurer Dorchevitz?
Yes.
Trustee Stewart?
Yes.
Trustee Clinton?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, item number 5, which is intergovernmental agreement, IGA, with Wayne County for local roads improvements. Wayne County has awarded Plymouth Township $1 million that can be used for roads, and we have a methodology that was based on some requests for an SAD, Special Assessment District, over the last 10 years that did not achieve success in having 51% of the parcels decide to tax themselves or assess themselves to repair their roads. So now that we have $1 million, we're going to do a program to figure out which SADs may get revived and be successful so they can be allotted the money over the next 2 years.
So do we have SADs that are in flight that people are working on, or?
No, they're dormant, but they will be kicked off based on a meeting that Patrick our DPW director and I will have in September. So then they will have the option.
Where they at?
He'll go through this,
Okay.
he'll get up here, it's, a lot of them, for example, West Briar 2, there's a list.
Okay.
These are resurrecting prior failed SADs, Special Assessment Districts.
Don't read to us.
So instead of the residents coming to us requesting it, we will evaluate previous requests. Is that what you're saying?
Well, they're gonna still have to come with signatures.
Okay.
They would reactivate these
Okay.
and start over. But because this was done very quickly by the county, we thought this was the fairest methodology. Since we already had these roads evaluated, I think all of them have had all of the pre-engineering done. So Plymouth Township has sunk tens of thousands of dollars in these SADs, so it makes logical sense that they would be the initial starting point for allocation of the $1 million. Well, really, it's 800,000 because we intend to cut out 200,000 to be used for crack sealing with EPDM rubber to preserve the life of the SADs that we have done over the last 35 years. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, Patrick.
No, thank you very much. I think you did a good summary. Before you tonight is the intergovernmental agreement between Wayne County and Plymouth Township. This is a county local roads initiative program, and the county program provides for $1 million to the township for local road improvements. There's a couple of requirements. Number one, it's a 100% match, so 1-to-1 local funding match, and it only future projects are applicable. You can't apply for a past project that was done and ask for a reimbursement. So future projects and 100% match for $1 million. So the proposed use of funds as approved by the county is summarized really up there in the table. And what this illustrates is that the majority of the funds, $800,000, will be allocated among 6 proposed special assessment district projects. So again, we're trying to raise this match requirement through local funds through the special assessment district process. That's initiated by the resident petitions, since the township doesn't have funds to go out and match $1 million. So these 6 projects, these were projects that were attempted through the SAD process during the past 10 years since the last county initiative program. So these 10 projects went pretty far along the process, and all of them failed due to lack of resident support after the township conducted preliminary engineering. We spent several thousands of dollars to assess the roads and to come up with a cost estimate. If you recall in the SAD process, this occurs after residents initially support the project, and then once they receive the cost information, they vote again, and this is where the projects failed. So these 6 projects, as Supervisor Kermey pointed out, the township spent several $1,000s, but we didn't get any reimbursement for it. We assessed the roads, we came up with a cost estimate. And this was a requirement as part of the initiative program under the very tight application deadline. You have to have projects that are assessed with preliminary engineering cost estimates. So we applied for these 6 projects. So the idea is if all of these projects proceed now with this county funding included, they would all receive, they would be allocated the $800,000. And up here, it means every project, if they were to go along and proceed, everyone would get a 7.2% discount off their assessment. Other than that, we did, as Supervisor Kermey pointed out, take out $200,000 of the $1 million, and we put it, and that's illustrated in line 1, where we will revisit all the SADs that were done in the past 20 years and provide some preventative maintenance, crack sealing. Because this is a type of activity that normally wouldn't be done, and it increases the longevity of the roads. So $200,000 would be for all township roads that had SADs that were done in the past 20 years. The $800,000 will be allocated among these 6 proposed SADs. If there's any questions, please
Do they
let
have
me
to
know.
be residential?
Yes, they have to be local roads, correct.
But like is Halyard a local road or is that a county road or is that?
That's
well,
a
they're all
county road.
roads.
That's a, Halyard is in the industrial.
Yeah.
I believe, and I'll have to confirm, but I believe this is residential,
Yeah.
a residential program, because they did a similar one in 2015, and it was residential. This is another one.
A way to get some money. Excuse me.
And
It's a way to get some money
incentivizes-
back in the township
Yeah.
that is going from road tax to, Act 51, to the county, and it's the county's job to manage roads. They collect the gas tax in the county for townships. Cities have it different, they get their own allocation. So we are dependent on the county, and we are grateful that we're getting something.
And it does incentivize the residents to do the special assessments and keep their roads up when you can offer them some kind of a discount through the county.
So if all of these don't happen, there'll be a windfall to 1 or 2 of those that will get the majority of the money. So they'll see a much greater than a 7% reduction in their anticipated assessment.
And they have to be used on SADs?
Well, we're choosing the SAD process again to meet that local match requirement.
We don't have the money to match out of our own general fund. The residents are going to be doing the match in the form of the SAD.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Wait,
Did you want-
Hold on,
I'm
we
still-
might have some questions.
That's what I
Yeah,
was
I'm
gonna
still
ask.
chewing on this.
And then we'll have questions from the audience if they have any.
Because I think, I mean, some of these, if you look at the far right column, you have, starting at the top, you have, that first one was $18,000, so that reduces it to 16,800. And as you go down, there's one that was 24,000 and reduced it to 22,900. I don't think that's gonna do it.
Well, that's why it will be a horse race among these SADs.
So we end up with the least costly SAD getting all the money, because the ones that are costly are gonna, if they wouldn't do it for $24,000, I don't know if they're gonna do it for $23,000.
Yeah, the sensitivity might not be great. If you have an idea, we would consider that, but this is the plan going forward. We're not, the county, is not required by the county. We use this as our selling point to win the 1 million. But if we come up with something more creative, this was what we thought was the fairest method within the 2 weeks we had to make the pitch to Wayne County.
And
Because
if
it was-
only 2 of them do it, then what you're saying is that the allocation will be greater
Yes.
for the 2 that are using it to get up to the 800,000.
Yeah, and it's a windfall,
Yeah.
and it's not fair.
Well, if you can think of some other way to make it more fair, but for now, we have to approve an IGA to get the money in the first place.
So we
that's
approved
first
the
thing.
IGA, but do we have to stick to this plan and if we approve the IGA?
Well, the IGA, like if all 6 were not to proceed, the IGA does have an open for us to reconsider the proposed use. Again, these are the roads that the township has assessed.
We've sunk engineering
So
into this.
there's going to be
Yeah, I get it.
another, a Plan B. For example, you can look at these 6 subdivisions, and you can take select areas, and provided that those subdivisions have reserves to meet the match, you can do certain areas, and perhaps not an entire.
Were any of these 6 SADs close to getting the 51% or 50?
Colony, I think, was one of the closest. And also is the most eager to jump on board.
I mean, because all of these are, Rolling Oaks is all beat up, Andover, all of these had ASR.
I don't know, all of them have ASR?
No, not all of them.
Not Colony.
No, not
Colony was
Colony.
built in the 70s.
No, wait, I take that back.
So I recommend we give it a shot.
I just don't want to see one, 5 of them say it's still too expensive, our homeowners aren't going to do it, and the 6th one gets a free $1 million.
That might happen, although with
Could just be
the,
their loss.
with
Well, see,
the,
that was, I mean, that's been almost, since 2019, a lot of these people looked at it, and they voted against no, but the roads continue to get worse. So
Yeah.
I think maybe they'd be, geez, I wish we'd have done it now, so I'm just guessing, at least 2 people would want to do it this time. That would be my guess.
So,
2 of these SADs, the stock market has appreciated substantially since 2019. So people have, in Plymouth Township, quite a bit of money that also some people are going to have required minimum distributions, whatever. So I think there's more money laying around out there than you'd think, where people
well,
would
you
be.
can give some of it to me, because I got none laying around.
Then you don't want your streets assessed.
So what is your recommendation?
I'm sensitive to this, because we had,
You did it.
it was $5,500 a house, and it was a disaster. And we get nothing. We don't even get anything out of this crack sealing program in the
Why
country
not?
club.
You will.
All right,
Because it was an SAD done in the last 20 to 30 years,
Okay.
sponsored by Plymouth Township.
that's
You will
good to
get it.
know.
200,000 is quite a bit of crack sealing. And for people that wonder what it is, when you see all the squiggly, dark, black lines on the road, that's what it is. If you go down Andover Trail or whatever, some people think it's ugly or whatever, but it preserves the life of the road for, 5 to 10 years additional life. Because it keeps the water from entering under the road.
And we do retain the option, if we enter into this, if we only have one subdivision that wants to do this, we do retain the option to make some adjustments to our plan, is that?
That is if all 6 of them say no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, only if all 6
All
say
6
no?
have to say
Correct,
no.
yeah. So if only 2 go ahead, they would receive the majority of the $100,000.
So, how do you know that these prices haven't gone up if this was all 2019?
We've uplifted them for
Yeah, we looked at
economics.
them and we updated them.
And we also had some assessment. We had OHM drive around and look to see what's deteriorated since, in many cases, even 2015, 2019, when they were last looked at. So some homework has been done here to provide a plan that, I'd venture to say this is probably one of the most sophisticated plans the county received. Well studied, because most people in 2 weeks could never generate that kind of data.
And will you communicate to the people when you pursue this that the money is available if they go ahead with it, but let them know that if they choose not to, that money will be given to another project?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
We will send notices for an informational meeting in September, and we'll present the program as
Okay.
we are tonight.
September 16
Correct.
is the date that we will have an informational meeting here with residents who will receive a letter.
To those 6
Hard copy.
subdivisions, yeah.
All addresses in those 6 subdivisions will receive a hard copy letter.
Yes.
we've got to hurry, if we approve this, we'll have to hurry up because the mail is slow.
Yes.
September 16th comes quick.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm not
All right.
comfortable.
I recommend we go forward and at least get the money.
Okay.
I agree.
6 SADs, approve the IGA, execute documents pursuant to same. May
Yes.
I offer the motion?
Yes.
Move to approve Resolution 2025-08-2665, authorizing the supervisor and clerk to sign the attached intergovernmental agreement between the County of Wayne and the Charter Township of Plymouth for the Wayne County Local Partnering Initiative for Township Roads Program.
Second.
Roll call.
Supervisor Kermy.
Yes.
Treasurer Dorchevitz.
No.
Trustee Stewart.
Yes.
Trustee Buckley.
Yes.
Trustee Groth, yes. Trustee Clinton.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
Okay.
All right, so the next item could be long. Do we want to take a 5-minute break?
Say move on,
Yeah, let's push through.
move on.
Move on?
Well, John's already
Five,
exited.
5-minute breaks turn into 15-minute.
It's already on.
Well, looks like some people got to go, so we're going to
Because of
5-minute recess. The final item of the night, which will be the most complex, is a conditional rezoning of the former, or the present Gray's Greenhouse, which is located across from Metatol Airport at the corner of Joy and Lily Road. So Laura Hall, who is a principal in McKenna, which is our planning consultant, will give us an initial background, and then we'll also hear from the applicant and owner of the property. I urge you to be patient, because this is a lot of detail. It'll be long and drawn out, but this is an important decision, so the details matter. And they're seeking an option to rezone the property from R2A, which is apartments, to office OS, and then build a complex which has mixed use, which means people live above the commercial establishments and preserve the existing greenhouse as a destination. I'm sure there's a lot more, I know there's a lot more to it, but we'll hear what the people have to say now. And then you'll have the ability to ask questions. It's already 8:30. I know everybody criticizes me for long meetings, but if you want to have the proper engagement, people have to talk. So that's what makes meetings long. All right, go ahead, Laura.
Great, thank you, Trustee Kermy. Evening, trustees, and my name is Laura Ha, as Supervisor Kermy said, with McKenna. The application before you tonight is for a conditional rezoning. A conditional rezoning means that the applicant is voluntarily offering conditions to the township that lay with the property, that run with the land, should it be developed in that manner. So the applicant is proposing to conditionally rezone this 6.5 acre property from the multifamily residential to the OS office service in order to develop the site as a planned unit development, a PUD. So in your packet is the applicant's letter of voluntary conditions and concept plans for the PUD option. This is a two-part agenda item because the items are tied together. So first is the conditional rezoning, which is tied to the PUD option. In your packet, of course, are reports for both the conditional rezoning and the PUD option. So we can go through those if you have specific questions, but I want to highlight some of the unique features of this project that provide justification for our recommendation of approval. So the first is that the project has documented resident support. The applicant has conducted their own public engagement for this project. An event was held earlier in May this year where over 75 individuals attended and actively participated in the discussion and planning of the site, which then the applicant incorporated into their proposal. Second, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on July 16th where 5 people spoke in favor, 3 were against, and 1 had questions, was a neutral party. The township also received over 30 written comments in total of support for this project, 5 of which were not township residents, 25 plus were. Then there was 1 written letter that was not in favor of the project that was submitted. The third justification is that the requested rezoning is to the least intensive zoning district possible, the OS office service. This is the least intensive zoning district in order for the parcel to still qualify and be eligible for the PUD option. PUD options cannot be placed over residential land. So the multifamily zoning does not allow for that.
Excuse me, Laura, are you in your report someplace?
Yes, all of this is talked about throughout the 2 reports. I'm just highlighting some of the key.
Okay, all right.
The key points.
I'm not trying to follow, I can't follow along somewhere, okay.
Maybe the concept plan would be helpful.
Okay, no, that's all right. Keep going, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine. The fourth justification that we found that's unique to this site is that the dimensional standards of both the requested OS office service and the PUD are met and exceeded in some cases. Fifth, the subject site is adjacent to an industrial development to the east, which does make multifamily uses on the property or single-family uses less desirable. Six, the proposal preserves an existing and historic greenhouse, which, as I understand, is one of the oldest in Michigan. Seventh, the intersection layout of Joy and Lily will be improved. The existing driveways will be located further from the center of the intersection, reducing conflict points. The existing vegetation on the site, while there are some natural areas, many of these tree species are invasive, such as tree of heaven, and they can actually be detrimental to the surrounding environment. So removal of the invasive species would be a benefit to then providing a stronger tree canopy in the future. The ninth justification is that greater usable open space is preserved with this proposal. The applicant is preserving over 1.25 acres, and the total site is 6.5. At least 20% will be preserved. Number 10, one of the goals of this project is to offer a shared community space, a space for programming by the library and schools, which in the southern portion of the township is lacking in public facilities such as that. And number 11, the applicant has offered numerous voluntary conditions to be placed on the property. This includes a limitation to the uses that are allowed. So for instance, no drive-through uses would be allowed in the future. And also a limitation on the maximum amount of square footage for each of the uses. So a maximum amount of residential square footage, a maximum amount of commercial, and a maximum amount of office. So there's a guarantee in that proposal that the site would be built only to those maximums. Another voluntary condition offered by the applicant is the closing of any businesses by 11 p.m. Another condition is greater landscaping along the site, including additional screening for the one adjacent residential property to the north, which goes above and beyond the ordinance standards that would be required under a conventional site plan. In the cover memo, the process is outlined. The Planning Commission again reviewed and considered this application on July 16th and held the required public hearing. The meeting minutes are included in your packets. The Planning Commission at that meeting then recommended the conditional rezoning to this body for approval. It was a 5-to-1 vote. One member was absent. Following that, the Planning Commission considered the planned unit development option, which they also recommended to the Board of Trustees for approval. It was again a 5-to-1 vote with one absent. As part of this process,
One absent or one voted no?
one absent and one voted no. 7 total, 5 yay. As a rezoning and a planned unit development, this is not the end of the project. The applicant would still need to file for site plan, go back before the Planning Commission, and ultimately appear back before this body to complete the project and to solidify the PUD contract. So if this development moves forward tonight, it would then go into the site plan phase and the board would be reviewing it again. If you have any questions this evening, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Any questions for Laura now? And then we would hear from the applicant. Do I need to come up? is it just for the board?
Are you,
Just for the board for now, and then we'll open it up later. No questions here? All right.
I do want to comment on the thoroughness of the presentation. Thank you very much for all the detail.
And I personally don't have any comments because I watched the 3-hour planning commission video, so I'm hoping to wrap it up and vote.
You're a better person.
And did anybody else watch it and experience commercials? No? Yeah, I had commercials on mine. I just skip every 5 minutes, but I listen.
All right, the applicant. Kyle, are you going to be the spokesperson, or the owner and the applicant?
We'll have a little something.
All right.
That's all right.
Whoever wants to speak.
I think this works. Oh.
Mr. Supervisor, I'm very interested in hearing what the people have to say. I'm aware of the Planning Commission's decision. This project and this location has, what a blessing, the brevity of Laura Haw. But this project's been around for years. So we've known about this. But
do you mean
well, no, not this plan, but we're, as far as, it's been around for decades. And so, I mean, well.
John, let's hold the comments till after they talk. Is that okay?
Yeah, but my hope is that we could get approve, adjourn, or decline.
That'd be great.
From each speaker. Say your name and say, we ask you to approve, adjourn, or decline.
You're the ones proposing the project.
Each speaker then.
Okay. Thank you for having us tonight. First, I just wanted to, we'll just kind of go through and introduce ourselves.
You have something you want to put up here?
Yeah, I think
Who's got it?
But our intros are the intros, so you'll just see our pictures up there or versus here.
You got our pictures right here in case you need.
Yeah.
Well, Adam, he's not here.
Well, let's handle the AV first, because it'll be
Yeah,
distracting.
I just want to make sure this works, which would be perfect.
Great.
I mean, I don't mean spars, yeah, I mean grays, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for having us tonight. We'll go ahead and introduce ourselves and then get into the project. My name is Rachel Nish. I am the current owner of Gray's Greenhouse. I grew up going to Gray's and I purchased the greenhouse in 2019. Not here is Adam Huttenstein in the center there up on the screen. He is the owner of Michiganense Natives, which is a native plant retail nursery on the Gray's property. So this is his second year on the property. He is certified in invasive species removal, so he's going to be involved in some of that removal that Laura mentions on the property. He also does installations, rain gardens, private gardens, that kind of thing, as well as selling retail sales from the Gray's property. And they grow just about everything from seed, and it's a pretty impressive operation.
I'm Kristen Arthurs. I'm a Plymouth Township resident. I'm also a pediatric speech-language pathologist. So in addition to raising my own family in Plymouth Township, I support local children and families, specifically in the realm of child development, and have interest in this project as an asset to the community in terms of providing those rich, multi-sensory, multi-generational connecting experiences that really go a long way in supporting all residents.
My name is Kyle Kiefaber. I'm an architect and also a Plymouth resident, and Chris and I are married. I'm an architect. I have a business here in Plymouth, Faber Design Co., that specializes in doing community building projects, or projects that build up the community, such as schools, historic preservation, libraries, and I guess greenhouses as well now. I want to give you a little bit of background as the applicant of this project and as an architect and my business doesn't have a website, and I've heard from a few people that maybe there's some questions about my validity to being able to like help lead this project, and I just wanted to like provide a little background and context, and also the big why about why this project is so special for us. I'm from LaGrange, Indiana, in the middle of a cornfield in Amish country. I have lived in Charleston, South Carolina, Nashville, Tennessee, Ann Arbor, and then now Plymouth. And we have chosen to, move to Plymouth because it was a combination of all those things, and we really liked what was here. In all those places, I have done projects. I have dealt with multiple types of zoning, multiple types of boards, multiple politics. You can kind of see it on there. And, again, we chose Plymouth as a place to be. And I've kind of seen the gamut of what's out there. A couple of the projects that I have worked on in the past, Ascend Amphitheater, I don't know if you've ever been to Nashville. I was a project manager for this project. It is a 12-acre park site that is basically a downtown concert venue for about 8,000 people. And it has 8 buildings on it, and it won the award for the best outdoor concert venue in the United States. I've worked for the University of Minnesota on a couple different projects, their hockey arena, and also their Land O'Lakes Center for Excellence that has academics and has all the practice facilities and nutritional facilities for all the sports. And I forget how many 100,000 square feet, but in Wabash, Indiana, the Honeywell Foundation, so if you're familiar with the Honeywell thermostats, their foundation purchased this building. It's a theater. It was in severe disarray. It was redeveloped to be a theater for both film and live play production, and then they also took on a vocational program for students, both in high school and college, where we dug out the basement and put another movie production theater there. And then locally, and this project just finished, a library, Ypsilanti District Library, and was a restoration from a flood and a restoration of a few different elements within the project, as well as some renovation. The vestibule was made out of cast bronze, and I got to work with some good artisans in the local area for that. This was our house in Nashville. On the left was when we bought it. This is actually me standing up here with a crowbar. And then about a year later, turned it into the house on the right. This was, the only people that wanted to buy this wanted to demolish it. Obviously saw a little bit of opportunity in doing that. And again, it is a little crazy and creative, but I was 26 years old at the time, so. This is a schoolhouse that my family owns. My great-grandmother actually taught school at this one-room schoolhouse from 1883. In between years of college, I worked doing Amish timber framing, but then I also worked restoring this, rebuilding the bell tower, rebuilding the windows, re-roofing it. Currently, my mom has a cut flower business on it, and my dad has his retirement project of 2 acres of wine grapes that he's been growing for almost 20 years. And I hope you can kind of see, if you've looked through the packet, why this project's of interest to me, because I think a lot of these projects here were ones that, even our house that we bought here in Plymouth, no one wanted to fix them up. No one wanted that. They wanted to demolish them and build something brand new and shiny. And, when this Gray's greenhouse opportunity came up, it just became something that, hey, this is an amazing project that we can do in the community, and we can preserve, the second oldest greenhouse in the state of Michigan. And that's sort of my why and a little bit about me. I'll let Rachel talk for a minute. So,
All right.
it's up to you.
I didn't do that. That would be cool. So I just was going to give a little bit of history on the greenhouse, my involvement in the greenhouse, and why this is a special project to me, before Kyle then kind of launches into some of the details of the project. But I'm here because I want to preserve Gray's Greenhouse. I am in year 10 of working at the greenhouse and year 7 of owning it. But like the previous owner, Alice, who's sitting here tonight, described herself, I'm really just the steward for the moment of a place that has a life of its own. Alex Winook, Alice's grandfather, built the greenhouse in 1928, and at that time it sat where Lily Road ended at Joy, surrounded by fields and farmland. Alex's daughter Sylvia and her husband Joseph Gray purchased the greenhouse from Sylvia's father in 1945, naming it Gray's Greenhouse. The greenhouse has gone through many iterations, though until I came along, it was all in the same family. Growing vegetables for Eastern Market, poinsettias, cyclamen, and now cactus and odd stuff. But it has maintained an unpretentious warmth that over time has become increasingly rare and increasingly precious. The Grays community spans generations and is spread over a surprisingly large radius. And when I put the for sale sign up 6 months ago, that community was heartbroken. So why sell it? I have not figured out how an essentially seasonal business in 10,000 square feet of an aging glass structure can financially support 6.5 acres of land in Plymouth Township at the current time. This doesn't mean that the greenhouse isn't valuable. It means that it needs the support of a campus of companion businesses to offset costs and bring in traffic. And with that support, it continues to be of enormous value in fostering a rich community. The first step in finding support is this group of people that I'm working with, Kyle, Kristen, and Adam, who all want to live somewhere that melds history and vibrancy. We are designing a project that both honors and restores the historic buildings on the greenhouse property and creates additional spaces for new and complementary uses. And Kyle will tell you more about that.
So here's the site, just to kind of zoom in a little bit. Sorry, I like to walk around and it's hard standing still. This is the existing greenhouse that was built in 1928. This house and the barn were both built in 1919 and are both in very good shape. This is Michigan NC Natives, the nursery that exists right here, and this is where they lease space from. And then Tilly's, which is a flower farm that's on the site, and I saw Carrie, yep, she's still here. Carrie owns Tilly's and leases from the property. That is just on the south half of this property. The north half right now is currently woods. It is not old growth. I don't know if you saw the picture from the slide before. There was a field basically in front of this, and I think we got a photograph from a neighbor as well that kind of confirmed that this was a field in the 60s. What's that? 80s. I'm sorry, 80s. Other than a few large trees that are on the south half of the site. And in the middle of this is a lot of the invasive species, which I guess I'll get to here in a little bit. And then just some other context, from where we are and some of the zoning that surrounds it. But this is all residential, mostly single family. There's some multifamily just north of the site here. The light green is industrial and the airport. And then this property is spars and from what we know. And then Canton Township is just on the south side of Joy Road there. So when we kind of, Chris and I, and then met with Adam and Rachel about, what are some goals for this project and, how are we going to make this happen? Our goals are to allow the continuation of Gray's community and the greenhouse retail. So already right now, Rachel was just talking about how there was a community of people that were very sad about the selling of the business. And since we've been out there, there's been tons of people come out and they'll take their last pictures of what they think the greenhouse is going to be because they think it's going to be something different. Is it going to get bulldozed? That is one of our number one goals, and one of the things that we have going for us is that there's already a community of support behind us. And so Number two, preservation and sustainability of the historic greenhouse, barn, and house. So it's more than just, let's fix it up. We have to also create sustainability around that so that it can last another 100 years. Create a community asset that aligns with public and township interests. I'm going to get into this in a little bit more detail in a little bit here. So our concept is use the existing greenhouse as a centerpiece, create a community of like-minded businesses surrounding a park with a common theme of plants, recreation, and education that attract a wider base of consumers and community members to linger and shop. So I'm going to walk you through the site plan a little bit. The purple buildings that you see here, so this is Joy, this is Lily. Purple buildings you see here are existing. The green are sort of in our like phase one of the project. They are a farm shop with a coffee shop component to it, restrooms, and then this was just another kiosk for Adam's business. It's kind of a frontal. And then a new parking lot where we will be closing off this entrance and kind of using this as like a plaza for events, and then moving the entrance down away from the intersection, which I believe it's like 65 feet from the intersection, and is pretty dangerous. Here's a 3D axonometric of the site. The blue also, and the blue here is as it was referenced to like surround this park. This park is going to be something that's developed by Adam and Michigan-NC natives. It's to be a place where it's basically a free park. You can come, you can roll out a picnic blanket, you can sit there with your family. It will have follies, play structures for kids to be at, and then surrounding that on the north would be the commercial buildings and like-minded businesses that we were discussing. So anything from like a exercise facility, again, a coffee shop, a bakery. If you kind of think about, what overlaps and aligns with a greenhouse, those are some of the things that come to mind. So again, if you're going to an exercise class, maybe you want to get a cup of coffee, and that's something that's like you'll sit down afterwards and get a cup of coffee. And if you just happen to stroll through the greenhouse, that's important. Let's see here. As you can see, the light blue above the darker blue, which the darker blue on the first floor commercial, light blue is suggestive of sort of second story residential. It doesn't have to be this. Again, this is just a site concept and we have to come back for site planning approval. But the idea of having a walk-up style apartment where it's overlooking a park and that it's smaller and a little more affordable within the realm of Plymouth Township is interesting. And then also this idea of like walkability within this site and the park area is something that appeals to both early retirees and then also young people moving into the area. So again, these are just kind of the things that we have looked at and sort of provided as concepts, or things that we kind of say in our mind is like, this site would be Kellogg Park combined with your favorite up north destinations, which I don't know if you're familiar with Hop Lot, but also Kellogg Park and Hop Lot. The reason why I think Kellogg Park is a really good comparison is because it can be a primary destination where you're going there for the Friday night music or you're going there just to relax with some friends. But it also can be something that you stumble through and walk through if you're going to a restaurant just off the plaza.
Is that Aqua? It's Sutton's Bay?
Yeah, up north. And so it's kind of the concept of those two things kind of melding together. But this can be, an opportunity to slow down. I know in the planning commission meeting, we talked about, we're not having drive-throughs and, would a coffee shop function there? Well, this is giving us the opportunity to slow down. You want to go sit in a coffee shop and relax. It can be a spot where, again, you're having quality time with your family and friends. So we took this concept and we presented it, and we kind of offered this up just to kind of gauge support at a community meeting, I believe in May 15th. Sorry, I don't. Doesn't matter. In early May. And we presented this concept, and then we also had some engagement activities for everyone to kind of comment on to get some survey results. And so here's kind of the results of those, and I think this is, I'm not 100% sure if this is in your packet or not, but I'll read you the 3 questions and kind of give you a summary of those. So question 1 was, think a few years ahead, use 3 words to describe how Gray's Greenhouse and campus should feel after these projects are done. So that's the top one. And we made a word cloud of all those things. And so community was the overwhelming word used, inviting and being accessible, approachable, history, inspirational, and some form of natural and plants, rounding out the most used words. Question number 2 was, what is your favorite thing about Gray's that you think should be preserved? Unsurprisingly and overwhelmingly, the answer was the greenhouse. Also, the feeling, the uniqueness, and the general idea of plants, native plants, were other popular answers. There were also a large variety of programming ideas that we will incorporate. The third question is, what could Gray's provide that you think we need more of in Plymouth Township, or that would benefit the community? Spaces for education, programming, nature, green space, and places for connection and gathering were the overwhelming responses on that one. Also, we're looking forward to seeing some of the results from the master planning, or from the survey that was done from the master planning thing for the township. Here's a couple other things that we kind of pulled from, again, from the different master plan drafts. I think they're both very similar, but they're both available online. So the original draft of the 2025, which was drafted in 2021, and then also the 2015, which is technically the current one. Just some statistics that I think support what we're trying to do. Again, this is the age distribution by population, and you can kind of see that the overwhelming age population is, I can't read that, but I think it's over 45 to 64. And then the median age of Plymouth Township is 45.5, which is the oldest of kind of the surrounding communities. And then this is a breakdown of the housing unit types. So I think this is about, I can't read that. 75% is single-family housing, and then here are the other types around that. So anything from duplex to, 50 plus lots. So again, the overwhelming majority are single-family housing. And then some of the key findings and demographic things that kind of highlighted this here was just that with that age group, what happens as they continue to age, and then what happens to our population. And we kind of look at that and say, if we're not providing things that are attracting younger people, then Plymouth Township is going to be in trouble down the line. And so part of what we are trying to provide with this development is some variety in housing. And then also within that same master plan draft, there's an excerpt here about historic preservation. And it says, our historic environment makes Plymouth Township a special, unique place. The historic character draws small and startup businesses, diverse neighbors, tourists, and jobs, as rehabilitation is more labor intensive than new construction. Historic preservation is good for our environment, keeping the waste of demolition out of landfills and promoting the principles of smart growth. Rehab and reuse of our historic buildings serve not only as a catalyst for additional rehabilitation, but also for new development. And then, obviously, you can all read, but historic preservation is a significant reason why people choose Plymouth Township to live, work, and play. And I think like this sort of also encapsulates what we were trying to do with this project. I apologize. Let me get some water. From taking all the input that we received, both from our own input session with the Grays community, and then also what's available in the master plan, we developed these strategies for the design of our site and the future design of this site. So number one, preservation and restoration of green space. I'm going to go through these, so I'm not going to read them all out to you. Preservation and restoration of green space. So removing the invasive species that are currently there, which are basically in this area of the pink dotted circle there. There's a lot of buckthorn and tree of heaven scattered, but there's a pretty solid stand of tree of heaven right in the middle that is very, very tall. And again, Adam is certified in removing that, and he's actually going to start that this fall, hopefully. Keeping heritage trees. So a lot of the heritage trees that do exist on the site are around the perimeter, and then on this south half of the site. This is an example of one that's like right between the greenhouse and the house, and is basically our site meeting spot. It shades. It's been wonderful on super, super hot days, and probably should have been in the big tree survey from earlier. But also, like, being able to maintain this tree stand and getting rid of the invasive species will help us maintain aging trees and maintain the property. So adding recreational green space, or basically a park. And so I think Laura had read this. There's going to be more open space than 1.25 acres, but I think what was meant by that on our end was that this middle section right here is basically going to be a park minimum of 1.25 acres. We would like it to be bigger, but with the other buildings and the future planning of that, like, we have just agreed to maintain at least a middle section of 1.25 acres. So that doesn't account for other walking paths and other things, and walking paths and other open space on the site. This additional green space park will be made of native plants, gardens, and again, a meadow where people can lay out a blanket and relax. These are the kinds of like follies and ideas that would be here. Different shade structures. These are mud kitchens. If you saw the pictures of my kids playing in that sandbox earlier from the thing, they've been making their own mud kitchens out on the site as we've been meeting. And then, just fun things like this that aren't, a slide that you can go find at Rotary Park or anything like that, but stuff that's just very unique and of nature. Preservation of historic buildings through zoning and PUD. So preservation, for one, these are sort of the buildings that need preserved. And the PUD option helps us do that because there's a lot of money that needs to be made to preserve these buildings and keep them up. And so being able to have a coffee shop that brings in traffic, that drives traffic to a greenhouse is really, really important. and I apologize, I keep using the word coffee shop, or keep using coffee shop as an example, but the other businesses that can be a part of the site are all a big piece of that. Again, we need a new boiler. This boiler is 60 plus years old.
It's from 1968.
Okay, so yeah. The greenhouse roof is polycarbonate, but the rafters and beams that you see here are redwood. They're like 2 inches, and some of them are rotting. And so a roof replacement will be needed in the near future. This barn is in relatively good shape, but again, there's always needs that happen. I think Rachel put a new roof on it shortly. Sorry. 2016. And then as you can see, there's, a 10,000 square foot greenhouse that has glass on all sides, that this wall needs to be kind of taken down and rebuilt. And then the back boiler building, again, this is going to be used for other retail components. I'm going to put my office in here if this project goes through. But it is something that, has really good bones to it, but all the roofing elements, the things that are wood that have been there for over 100 years are starting to degrade. So this development is not about, it's about preservation first and not maximizing profit. Again, if this isn't successful, Rachel will have to sell the site, and it's slated for, it's a multifamily, and you can have 71 multifamily units on this site, plus 150 or 60 parking spaces. So that's kind of the alternate to this. And then just from a zoning perspective, I know like PUDs are scary and conditional rezonings are scary, but within the zoning that we currently have in Plymouth Township, you can't have there's no zoning category that allows for a greenhouse and coffee shop to be in the same zoning category. And so to be able to have other businesses to support a greenhouse, you have to have the PUD option. So the preservation of it is very predicated on the PUD option. So I know in the planning commission meeting, we talked about, what would these housing units look like? And within the description that we provided, I think, we provided the idea of having, second floor walk-ups with commercial space below. It could also be townhomes. And here's a couple examples of projects that I'm very familiar with or I've worked on. This is 12th and Paris in Nashville. It's in a neighborhood called 12 South, and this was one of the first developments that kicked off one of the most vibrant neighborhoods outside of downtown. And it was basically a 2-story development that had a restaurant on each of the corners, and then either a combination of townhomes or second floor studios above it. And again, this was a catalyst for this neighborhood. This is a project I worked on. It's 610 Merritt in the Wedgwood, Houston neighborhood. Again, this is 3 stories, which that's not the intent. I want to make that very clear. But what it did provide, this was a live-work unit development that also had commercial on the lower floors. So at the corners of this development, there was commercial. And then the housing units that you saw here had the ability on the lower floor to be made into a small business shop, or it could just be made into another bedroom for that particular unit. And so that provided a lot of flexibility in the growth of this site. And then this is Brush Park in Detroit. This is a very local mixed-use development. But what I think is so extraordinary about Brush Park, and I've just finished a project in Brush Park, and so I'm very familiar with it. I walk it all the time. I park my car, walk from place to place. But this is what it was 10-ish years ago. And this is an example of what it is now, where they have built up around these really, really historic cool homes that have become businesses. They've also become homes. They've become multifamily, but they've just become part of the fabric of it. And it's very, very vibrant, and it's very, very cool. And it attracts people of all ages to it. And then our fifth strategy was to create walkability and better site access. So again, mentioned this before, closing this entry off, other than to like emergency vehicles that can exit, but moving this down so it increases the traffic safety here. And then from a walkability perspective, I know at the last planning commission meeting I was not at, but I saw the notes from it, and one of the things that was noted on the master plan that was just discussed in it was this idea of creating more walkability. And what is walkability? This site is, I think, walkability in a nutshell. There's literally no car traffic in the center of the site. And on the outsides of it, we are connecting to sidewalks, and we're building sidewalks on both sides of it. So having a destination for people to come park their car and walk on the site and let their kids run around in the park while being able to just kind of move around with freedom and accessibility is obviously something that is desired by residents of Plymouth Township. And then lastly, some differences to the SPARS proposal, and we kind of debated whether to bring this up or put this in here, but I think it's really, really pertinent, is that we are aligning with community input and needs. We specifically sought it and spent a lot of time trying to get it right with the community and understand what they want to do, and we're going to continue to do that. We have an existing community of support with the current Gray's business, and they showed out for us to support this project within the Planning Commission realm and even here. And there is preservation. We're keeping buildings on the site and not just bulldozing it and doing something different. And that provides meaning in Plymouth Township, and I think this really does have the opportunity to become a heartbeat for Plymouth Township. And again, I just said this, but we have continually sought community input and have listened to it throughout this process. And thank you.
Okay. So, questions from, are you guys done?
Yeah.
For now. Questions from the township board to the applicant or Laura Hall? Go ahead, John.
Okay. I'd like 4 uninterrupted minutes. I meant what I said. SPARS went down because of lack of community involvement, overdevelopment, and it was just unrealistic. And it failed. I applaud you for what you did on May 15th. My wife has her master's degree in historic preservation, and we love it. I don't know how realistic, she's been married to me for 45 years, so she believes in historic preservation. So, but page 139, I'm a lawyer, and witnesses would be called to testify. Would Paula Bowman or Gordon please take the stand? Would you please tell me, is there going to be a building on the right-of-way? Or is that off the table? Clearly, June Kirkcutter, Wendy Harless, support same. Is there reality? I live in a world of reality. I have to, when a client comes into me, I have to give them a realistic projection as to how the case is going to go. Now, are we really going to be able to follow through with all this historic preservation, which I dearly love? But then you have, okay. I'm very concerned, though, from my personal thing, is, and the chief knows this, the chief of police, I'm concerned about traffic. and accidents. And that's, the supervisor confessed to me one time, he heard from people that traffic, Ann Arbor Road, for example, it's getting dangerous. And not just because of the construction on M14 and the detours. Traffic around here has intensely increased, and it's very dense. I can be moved either way on whether to vote for this or not. But I want to hear from the highly credible people that I see out here tonight. I mean, I've lived in this township for 41 years. Same house, same law office on Main Street. So I want to hear what the concerns are, and then I think we know Trustee Groth has politically and practically advised me that with the one absent member here tonight, we probably know that if this thing was adjourned, he would probably approve it. But I want to have a critical analysis, and whoever has the highest degree of credibility in my book wins. So, but I do applaud you for, because this is what I've always, I mean, the Spires property had little or no input from the residents. And so it went down. Now, this area is going to be, everybody knows, Joy Road, Metatol Airport, everybody knows where Gray's Greenhouse is. I mean, but we have to make a decision. Now, the supervisor has put in 40 hours at least, in my guess, analyzing this situation. So I'm going to ask him to give a recommendation, which he ought to give tonight. So leave it at that, but I would, page 139 is overwhelming to me. Well, no, it's not overwhelming. I think of them as witnesses who would come to testify as to whether they would approve or disapprove. And the lack of, I love the criteria of compromise and consensus. Has there been enough compromise? Is there enough consensus out there for me to vote yes? Green light, I was a state legislator for 6 years. It was red light or green light. So I want to hear from, and they only get 3 minutes apiece. So I was about ready to hyperventilate with the gentleman from the assessing. I mean, 45 minutes, people just stop. Princeton Seminary sermons are cut off after 15 minutes. Homilies are cut off at U of D Seminary after 15 minutes. People don't listen. So, okay, can we, have you addressed page 139 and the very credible people who are listed on page 139, and they've sat around here because we started this meeting 3 hours ago. They're still here. It would be so wrong of me not to give great consideration to what they have to say, but they only get 3 minutes. Okay? So I want to refer you back to page 139.
What is page 139?
But for your information, it's all the comments from people.
So I think everyone who you listed is here now, which is good. And I think the main concern about that right-of-way is that we don't own that right-of-way, so we don't have any right to build on it.
Well, for simple example, and then I'll stop talking. One, is there going to be a building put on the property just north that isn't a right-of-way?
No.
No.
It's a right-of-way,
Okay.
it's not our property.
The property's owned by the apartments.
Okay, Paula and Gordon are still here?
Yep.
Okay, I would want that assurance.
Yeah, I think
I don't want that encroaching on my daylight.
We were assured.
Okay. Okay, we're good. Okay.
Was there any other?
Go right down the list.
You mentioned traffic.
No, I
That's
don't
not
see
on
my
this stuff.
good engineering U of M friend, Ken Ikes, Mr. Ikes on here, on page 139. And I give him a lot of credibility.
John, they'll answer the questions. Are you done, John?
Yeah, I'm done.
So you can answer these questions now as best you can. I'm a little confused of how to answer them. But you guys can go for it.
So, I mean, you talked about traffic was one of the questions. you
Absolutely.
brought up. Laura, can you pull up one of the submission that we had that has, there was a couple traffic. There was like a traffic finding or
Want to
something
go
that was
to
on there.
139 or a different page?
Traffic
You
brief.
said
There is
traffic
no
light.
139.
Yeah, it was traffic light, but I mean, it was.
104, traffic and road conditions.
I think one of the things that I wanted, that I put in there was that, you know, what we are doing from a traffic perspective is technically better than a 71 unit multifamily building. Because that's very heavy at the times that you already have heavy traffic. Rush hour, morning, evening. Whereas this kind of disperses it throughout the day.
That's also, I'll make note that I put that in my comments as well. That's why SPARS didn't go through. Just because they didn't want the multifamily, and that's just right across the street. Okay.
Are they done answering? Are you done answering? Best you can?
I think traffic-wise, the other thing I was waiting to see, because I did some studying on this and kind of put, you know, you can get on SEMCOG and you can look at the actual traffic data for those roads. And the Enjoy Road is actually, at the section where Grays is actually less than, you know, some of the other surrounding corridors. And then Lily is also, you know, lower than some of the other ones, but it is compared to Haggard, like there's Haggerty and, you know, Main Street. But like I've driven it a lot, and the only times I've ever gotten caught are in rush hour traffic.
Well, Lily's a little distorted now. It's a north-south road. People are using it as a substitute for I-275 because they couldn't get on at Sheldon Road, I mean, at M14. Yeah. So you're getting a lot of north-south traffic on Haggerty Road. All of the north-south roads are being heavily used and will be for another year and a half.
Yeah, not good timing for us in this.
So your write-up said, which is up on the screen, said it would contribute plus or minus 500 trips daily.
So yeah, which is an increase of about 2% using the SEMCOG traffic figures, which I thought there was an exhibit of that.
There might be.
It was a map that showed a clip from SEMCOG.
So, Jen, I think you were next.
Basically, I mean, the takeaway is that the 500 trips, you know, plus or minus a few, is a 2% increase in what is existing there now, according to that data. So that's what we have to go on without doing a traffic study, which we've offered to do, you know, within the site planning approval stage.
So my questions are kind of completely different. Are you guys all in a four-way partnership? Is that my understanding? Are you just the architect, but are you also the investor?
We are partners.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll be a four-person property group, like a multi-member LLC that will own the property. And then the greenhouse will be one of a collection of businesses that will rent from that property group.
Other investors from the community involved in this as well? Okay.
Yes.
How did you guys find each other?
I put my cell phone number on a for sale sign by the street and then had many, many calls and texts, and they were one of them. And,
They said instead of buying, we'd like to propose this.
Well, funny. It was going to be that Adam, Kyle, and Kristen were going to purchase outright from me. And just the farther we got down that process, it just made more sense if I stay in as a property owner.
And then who will maintain it, this four-way partnership?
Who will maintain
Who will maintain it over the years?
The
20
property?
years down the road. Yeah.
Maintain the property? we've kind of allocated different roles for the different members of the property group. But I mean, we will be the property owner, so it's in our interest if it's maintained.
I would
The last
expect
thing-
you to create a HOA type thing for the
No,
businesses and residents.
It's all rental, it's not.
You're not gonna sell any of the residences?
It depends on the type that we end up going with, but you could do both. I think I don't know how advantageous it is to talk about the financial stuff. I know that's probably of interest to make sure that you guys feel comfortable that it can happen. But, long term, if you're renting, doing a rental, as a property group, you're continually getting income versus you get a paycheck when you sell a property or sell a piece of it. I know you can also do like a condoing of, one of the buildings basically. So if a partner came in and said, hey, I want to, build this restaurant and I want to hire my own architect and I want to do it, they can just lease that land from us. But that needs to be something that we're controlling, and that because we don't want it to be something that is, obviously this, it's already controlled based on the PUD, but we want to be able to, have some ownership over what it looks like.
Yeah, control. A good example is this strip mall, that LA Fitness, them being the exception. There's an HOA that the property owner manages there and takes care of the property and commons areas.
Yes, design, and has a set of design standards and all.
Yes,
So that's essentially
that's
what we're
commonly
doing.
done.
Yeah.
But he owns the buildings too, doesn't he?
This guy here?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they will too in some cases, right?
In all cases?
They probably don't know yet. They're probably too early in the stage.
All of the buildings that are currently on the property, we will own. It's kind of the future that it kind of depends on, who comes and who shows up. But the goal is, and we've heard from a few people, if you build us a white box, we'd be there on the site.
What's this gonna cost?
Overall, it
Order of
depends on
magnitude.
It depends on how much.
I say 10 to 15 million.
That's
I
10
say
million is in
80
the
to
range of that.
100.
I think
100.
the question though too is, the whole kind of design of this and the goal is not to just build it out and then just put, for lease signs in the windows. Our goal is preserving a historic asset, and we will develop as much as needed within the limits to do that, and not more than that. The goal is really not development. The goal is preservation and community space. So
I hear what you're saying about the preservation, but this is a massive project. This seems like a little mini town.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying is all the structures kind of on kind of site plan may not get built. That's a max limit. So just to say,
How would you guys get any return on your investment without those things? It seems like
We would
a
make
done
sure
deal.
we would make sure we have a return on our investment, which we've done some financial analysis of that, which has given us kind of the approach that you're seeing on the site plan. But
I think it's amazing, and I live in the subdivision that backs up to Farmer Jay's. I don't know if that's the only 7 acre, well, it's gonna be developed now.
Yeah.
Plymouth Farms now.
Yes.
But I would have given anything to have something, but at least the green space, not the commercial buildings and everything like that. And I do think as far as the master plan goes, whatever update comes out here at the end of the year, it's not gonna deviate much. And this is what people want. They want community, they want green spaces. They wanna feel special like downtown Plymouth is, and I just think it's a win-win.
Well, I'm still, I've been looking at it now for like an hour or half hour, and I'm still a little confused. It's only 6 acres, so it's not gonna be very big. And right next to it, you've got a greenhouse, you've got a barn, you've got a house. So there's a lot of space. I guess the bottom line is, who's gonna make all the money? Who's responsible for the money?
Who's gonna make, I mean, each of the
Who's gonna make the
buildings
money?
Each of the buildings are gonna contribute money to it. And
Is the plan to lease building space on the ground level and apartments on the second level? Is that?
yeah, you can also sell the apartments and condos on the second story.
But you're not really talking about buying. I'm just curious to know, is the structural plan that the tenants on the main level are going to be business affiliated, and the
Yes.
tenants on the upper level are going to be renters, people, residential, multifamily? That's the
Yes.
plan, correct? Okay.
There could also be, that is part of the plan, yes. There could also be townhomes. I don't know if I'm understanding your question or the intent behind your question the right way, but like if you do a townhome, that is just strictly residential. And there could be a case for that to be, the most beneficial thing, on Lily Road, for example, where maybe the neighborhood doesn't want to look directly into a commercial building right across the street. I don't know that that's the best for the commercial, but that's why we kind of built in a little flexibility of that, and looked at sort of the different financial implications of that.
Well, clearly, Trustee Clinton and Supervisor Kermy have raised the question about realistic financing.
Yeah.
Have you thought of making this a wedding venue or an events venue? Because people are doing that in Washtenaw County and Oakland County, where they're taking old barns or old buildings and using them for wedding venues. They're not doing the catering work themselves. They bring in either
100%.
the person who rents the venue brings in the catering and the bar and that, but you have the structure there and the setup.
Yeah.
So that you'd have a refrigeration or whatever so that they could keep the food to serve. Because people are looking for unique wedding venues that are affordable. Most of the ones in Western Wayne County are unaffordable or undesirable.
Yeah. So I've looked at doing weddings quite a bit within, in probably the past 6 years or so. Grace has offered like really very small weddings for a few years now, like 30-person weddings, which is great. You don't charge a ton for that. And again, yeah, we aren't doing the catering or anything like that, but it's a really beautiful place to get married. Looking forward and looking at this project, I think we've decided to steer a little bit away from doing large weddings, mostly because we really want this space to be accessible for the community to use. And if you have a 150, 200-person wedding, Saturday is booked, and at least Saturday. So the hope when you are that kind of a venue is that your weekends are all booked. And that's kind of the opposite of what we're trying to do, where we really want the space to be accessible for the residents of Plymouth and the surrounding areas. So we're looking at definitely event space, but things fundraising dinners or, birthday party dinners or things like that. Smaller things.
Company dinners, foundation.
Yeah, things that aren't, the kind of traditional, you book all day for setup and it's like out of commission, every weekend of the summer. So yes, event space, yes, gathering space, probably not so much wedding specifically.
Yeah, event space on a February day in a greenhouse.
Oh, it's awesome.
Feels great.
And that's in the plans right now too, of like, we're renovating the actual greenhouse to be more accommodating to workshops, a little bit larger events. They've had a couple concerts of 50-ish people. And so we're looking to be able to hopefully have like 100, 120 within some of the renovations that we're looking at.
Okay, so this question, Kevin Bennett, our general counsel, these people have a very creative plan. The concern I have is, well, PUDs run with the land. So then you have another buyer. I want to restrict it so that if it reverts to another buyer, it will revert to what it is, which is R2A or whatever, since I would not trust letting the PUD be on the market for whatever investor comes along. So I'm not smart enough to know how to structure that or even whether this is realistic. To restrict it at this stage, since there's no contract, we're only talking about the option today.
Yes. Well, it's two steps. It's the conditional rezoning and then the PUD overlay on top of that.
Yes.
And just for pragmatic purposes, the two have to go hand in hand for purposes of today, or this project. Section 23.12.4 of the zoning ordinance provides that a PUD approval may be revoked by the township board in any case where the conditions of such approval have not been met or are not being complied with. So if that property is being used in a manner that's not consistent with the approved PUD contract, then the township would have the power, upon proper notice to the property owner, to revoke the PUD. Then the other issue would be, there is still the zoning issue. It would still be zoned the same thing, even though the PUD would not be in place.
I mean, it would be the conditional rezoning, or
Yes.
would it revert to?
It's the zoning would not revert if the PUD is terminated. For the zoning issue to revert or to be rezoned, that would have to be done either by the property owner or by the township board. To change it from the conditional OS zoning to another zoning classification would have to be done either on application by the property owner or the township board's initiative.
So what I'm trying to understand, okay, if these people either give up, have bad luck, whatever, and a different owner gets a hold of it, who is not community-minded, who has what I would consider a bad attitude, we are stuck with a conditional rezoning that these people can manipulate us with at the township board level and litigate and end up putting in there whatever they want that is part of the conditional rezoning, which would be OS, is it OS2? Or
It's just OS office service.
just OS?
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, if the business is sold or if the property is sold, the zoning does not change.
So we lose control of it if it gets sold.
What could happen is if the property owner wanted to petition the township board or the planning commission to rezone the property from OS2 with conditions to another zoning classification, they'd have to start the whole process anew. If the township wanted to rezone the property subject to the new owners, there's probably going to be litigation because the new owner is going to say the rezoning is reducing the value of the property.
Right. So I'm trying to defend against a rogue owner.
But if the conditional rezoning, if one of the conditions fails, I'm trying to find where that is, then doesn't the rezoning revert back to R2?
No.
What happens?
Laura, I thought that we had a discussion that the revert rule would come into effect, so I'm confused.
So, Attorney Bennett, one of the conditions of the applicant is to develop the property with the PUD. So if the PUD dissolves.
The PUD and the rezoning are separate issues, although they are interrelated for this project. From a legal standpoint, they're separate issues.
If there's a voluntary condition by the applicant that it would revert back, does that satisfy?
No.
They couldn't agree to a contract language, these owners, that say if we.
Other condition as part of the rezoning, they've listed as, I think, a series of 6 conditions. What you're talking about right now is not one of those conditions.
But if one of those conditions if they fail to uphold or perform one of those conditions, then what happens?
It would be a violation of the zoning district.
So you could get injunctive relief if you had to stop them from doing what they're doing.
Theoretically, yes.
And if they chose,
Because if there's a violation of the zoning ordinance, that's a nuisance per se.
Yeah.
if they chose to sell it because it was not successful, what is the implication there?
That's tricky on a couple of levels. If they sold the property because it was unsuccessful, or if it was successful and they sold the property, the new buyer is gonna take that property subject to the PUD and the conditions set forth in the rezoning.
So we got it. We could table this tonight and talk about it again, or we could approve it, but I am concerned about ending up with a rogue developer who will ride roughshod over the township 5 years from now and say, I gotcha, because I got a conditional rezoning, and I'm going to do with it whatever I want, and I have a pile of cash to litigate you from now till kingdom come.
Under that scenario, what the new owner of the property could do is say, well, this is a permitted use in the OS district, this is what I'm gonna do.
Right. Put in a car wash.
That's what I'm concerned about, because a car wash, OS,
Oh, car wash.
a car wash can go in OS, right?
No.
No?
No.
Joking.
But I mean, yeah, but something. A drive-in McDonald's.
No.
No?
No.
Not an OS?
Office service is strictly office
So
use.
medical offices and real estate offices, okay.
So is it worse than 71 units? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know
That's what you're debating.
I don't know what's worse, whether you
Right.
have 71 apartments or a doctor's office is usually pretty mild use, low intensity. Because, face it, there is a high risk that they may fail for being unable to raise the funding or have sufficient revenue to complete the task or the project. And I'm not worried about these people. I'm worried about the unknown rogue developer who are very aggressive. And we have one across the street from you.
Are you saying in the case of like, oh, here's a big pile of cash, can I take that from you?
Yeah, that can happen.
I mean.
That could be very tempting.
I guess that's true. I mean.
We had that happen with Northville Downs. Somebody offered a pile of cash.
I know.
Pile of cash for a technology business park, and then we ended up with this big wrangling with what I would consider not a rogue developer, but a business that was undesirable, which was Northville Downs.
Is your plan the long haul to stick with this till the day you die, or is in the back of your minds it's like, oh, 10 years?
It's hard to
I
predict.
can't answer.
Yeah, you can't
I
predict.
think the day you die thing is probably not accurate, but I think it is the long haul. I mean, I live here. We live here.
Well, you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I do.
You go into a project thinking, I'm gonna develop this, especially as an architect. You're gonna see it through. It's great for business. It's great for accolades and everything. And then we sell it all. Is that at all in your?
You want to postpone it and, oh, sorry, John. I'll cut you off. Do you want to postpone it?
I think in any business case, you have to have an exit plan in mind, but like our thought is that it's gonna be a minimum 10 years of time that like this even gets developed.
build it out.
That's what we want. Huh?
To build it out, it'd be 10 years.
Yes, I mean.
And it depends on the economy. If we had a
Right, if it
2008 style recession, it would be longer.
Right, if it happens before that, that's great, but I think that like, this hasn't been a knee-jerk thing for any of us. We want to be in it for the long haul
Sure.
and, do something awesome for this community.
So you think you could come back with an affirmative recommendation from the supervisor September 9th?
Well, September 9th is pretty quick, but anyway.
That's our next board meeting.
What do you mean?
That's real quick, but,
We're-
because the filing date is next week, and we have a Labor Day. Sandy, go ahead.
I have a couple of things to say. First and foremost, I think that you all have done a fabulous job, and I love your ideas. I love your willingness and ability to look at possibilities that most people would never even consider, myself being one of them. I'm not that creative. I love it. But I'm also going to tell you that you talked about community input, and I have read the survey from all of the people that the Planning Commission sent, that the Planning Commission received. Our residents don't want PUDs. They're tired of them. And I think just these questions tonight can help underscore why the future is unclear for anyone. Our residents are tired of PUDs because they see them as workarounds. This is not working for me, so let me try this and see if it works, which is everyone's right. But our residents are not happy. I represent the residents. I will not vote for a PUD. I'm just being honest with you. I will not. I also will not vote for conditional rezoning because I'm tired of the rezoning that is taking place. We've got a master plan that goes back to 2015. We're talking about a new master plan, but in the meantime, we are constantly working around what we have. And if there's anything that our residents do want overwhelmingly besides a swimming pool and a rec center, it is single-family, one-story housing. And I have serious concerns about traffic issues, about not knowing what's going to happen at SPARS, and about the residents who live down Lily Road's a nightmare. And I've lived here since, I don't even want to tell you how long. Lily Road is a nightmare. And I don't think that granting this at this point in time complies with anything that goes along with what our residents said. A big part of the reason you have some new people sitting up here, myself included, is because people are tired of overdevelopment. They're tired of development that is not conducive to what the people want. I cannot sit here and approve any of it. I'm sorry, I can't. But I do appreciate everything that you've done.
Can I ask a question back in response to that?
You can ask me, sure.
Yeah, so right now, the zoning says that there should be 71 multifamily units there.
I know that.
Do you think that people want that?
I don't think that people want that, but I also don't think that people want a PUD, and I don't think that people want, I'm going to tell you, I drive down Joy Road, and I cannot tell you how many times I've had a plane go over my car where I thought, oh my God, the wheels of the plane are going to hit the top of my car. You're talking about putting people on a second story to live.
Yeah, but Sandy, at the south end of that runway, there's 50 condominiums.
I know it's there.
In
but
Canton Township.
I'm not talking about Canton Township. I'm telling them how I feel about this. He asked me a question. I'm giving him an answer. I understand what you're saying, and rezoning can happen, and we're working on a master plan. I get what you're saying, but I'm not going to support it. So I just want you to know that straight.
That's fine. I'll say this then to the rest of everybody too. Like, I've lived in a bunch of different places where zoning isn't restrictive to having to do a PUD to do something creative and innovative, like doing a coffee shop and a greenhouse on the same piece of property.
And I understand
And
that.
it was allowed as a matter of right. You
Right.
didn't have to have a PUD is what you're saying.
Right.
In Nashville, for example.
And I understand that, but this is Plymouth Township. And people here see it differently. I'm just telling you.
For sure.
I don't think they do. I mean, I think it's a very small fraction of individuals. And
I think it's a
think
very
the
small
response
fraction of
that you have
individuals who
gotten
support this.
is very supportive, and I don't think people are lying awake at night worried about a PUD.
May I clarify something I said?
I don't
Yeah,
generally.
hold on. Before he has to clarify something.
When we were talking about the conditions for the rezoning, the board can impose duration requirements on the conditions, but the conditions themselves must be unilaterally provided by the applicant.
Say one more time.
They've got to provide, they've got to.
Yes, the township cannot ask or demand or otherwise request the terms of the conditions. Those conditions must be voluntarily provided entirely by the applicant. Once those conditions have been submitted, then the township board can impose duration requirements on those conditions. But the conditions that you're discussing right now are not the conditions that were submitted by the applicant.
Correct.
So, and you're referring to the reverting to R2A, that we went, like, in the submission, we would have had to say it reverts to R2A if it doesn't work out.
No, the township board can say, we will take these conditions and we're gonna say you have to comply with these for a minimum of 10 years. That's just hypothetical. It could be 1 year, it could be 20 years, it could be permanent. But the township board cannot ask for substantive conditions for the applicant to submit.
Force them.
But we
Yes.
can deny if they don't provide it.
Yes. But we can't make it look like,
We're denying because they didn't provide
yes,
it.
there you go.
All right.
So they have to read our minds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
all right, Bob, you had something you were going to say.
Yeah, I generally, as a matter of principle, when these projects come forward, I don't think that it's my role to assess the commercial viability, because if, it's just, I just don't think that is our position, but I'm sitting here really worried about the commercial viability, because what I've heard is adding a coffee shop to a greenhouse is going to take a greenhouse that is not viable and suddenly turn it into something that is going to make a lot of money. And that's what all I'm hearing is that, you know, it's a coffee shop with a playground, and I'm not hearing where your revenue stream comes from.
So we're looking at other kinds of businesses to be on the property. Things like, and I'll drop names here, not because we have a contract with these people, but just to give you kind of a picture. So places like a Downtown Home and Garden, places like Crust, pizzeria and bakery up in Fenton, places like Literati Bookstore, like Stadium Hardware, places that are small businesses. So, it's not an Amazon warehouse. They're not going to be exploding with money, but they are vibrant businesses. Downtown Home and Garden has to move because Ann Arbor rent is too high, but otherwise, they are vibrant businesses that have a really good following.
And I get that, and I get that vision, but I see Brush Park as an example, but that's in an urban setting, and it's not Joy Road and Lilly. I just, and again, I mean, it's your money if you want to spend it that way, but I don't want to. I'm concerned that it is a.
This is probably not recommended, but.
Don't say anything you don't want to say.
No, I'm happy to say it, but I don't know if any, and it's a sincere question. I'm not being snarky here. I'm sincerely wondering if you're in a position like I am, where you have a extremely cherished 100-year-old place that people tell you every day that they love coming here, that it can never go away, that it means the world to them, that it's their church, that it's their every day. What do you do? What would any of you do with that piece of property? I mean, honestly, what would you do with that piece of property?
So that's kind of the driving thing, is for preservation is something that people are forgetting about. That preservation
this is what we
allows
have here.
different things. And also PUDs, I think you do have a right to question, if it's PUD, the viability of the business, because there's a lot of special considerations. But, so the preservation thing is the primary reason for this. So you have to make a business case around preservation.
Which is a hard one. I mean,
Very hard, yeah. And that's why I suggested the having a venue where you'd have some
sure, and that
income
is,
from
we will be a
renting.
venue, because we're making that pedestrian courtyard between the three buildings that'll have, picnic tables and string lights, and you can have music venues. That's why we're having a meadow, because it will be an event space. You can rent that out. You can, bring in concert groups. It is going to be, the whole campus will be an event venue. And when you can rent it through Gray's Greenhouse, you have access to a whole campus.
But you're gonna have outdoor entertainment near a residential area?
Yeah, until 11 p.m., which in my mind is.
We already have that in Uptown Plymouth, 2 days a week, an outdoor concert, one on Thursday and one on
There's lots of music
Friday.
that could.
But
Lots
it's
of
not
different-
like the Imagine Dragons that we brought in here with Liv, but.
Right, but I'm sincerely asking the question, and I mean, really, you are all people who have worked, you've seen all kinds of things come through here. How does Plymouth not continue to lose history? Because in that, draft of master plan, historic preservation is littering that document. So is there any incentive? Is there any, what do we do?
Well, I can give you a good example. The Mayflower Hotel was torn down
Yeah.
26 years ago. If it was today, it wouldn't be torn down.
And that's in the city of Plymouth too.
Right.
So, okay.
And it's been torn down.
You rent by the hour.
And it has
It's such a dump.
you'd remodel it. But mixed use is now, where the Panera Bread was, there's only one tenant in that building
And
that
there's
is
challenges with that
that's
building.
occupying where the Mayflower Hotel was.
Right downtown.
Right.
The
Only
the
one
dog-
tenant on the first floor. It's Starbucks, I think.
No, and I think, and Kyle's addressed that even in the last meeting too, and even in other conversations we've had, where the actual design of that building is not conducive to what the functions.
Yeah, there is something wrong because the tenants is like a revolving door.
Right, right.
I've heard that the daughter of the owner of that building can't even afford the rent. Panera can't afford the rent. So obviously, they're making enough money with the residences that they don't care if there's a retail tenant there, and they're not residents of Plymouth, so they don't care. People that are residents of Plymouth do care.
That's what I'm talking about with a rogue developer that comes to your town and pushes you around.
But there's no way to, I mean, we can't, there's no answer to that. We can't control
We're
that.
beholden to that, so.
We understand that you're in a very difficult situation.
Yeah, and I really am looking for suggestions.
And I appreciate that, even
Mm-hmm.
as a board member who's not in favor of this. But I guess the point is, I don't have an answer to your problem.
Yeah.
And it's not a problem I can even relate to because it isn't my problem.
Yep.
But it's not the board's problem to fix everybody's
But
problem either.
you answer to the residents.
Right,
And
we
the
do.
residents love this place.
I'm not suggesting that they don't. There are also a lot of residents, though, who do not, and they don't love what's going on. And that's all I'm saying is.
Sure.
So we have to balance private property rights, and you own private property.
Right.
I want this to work and be successful, but I'm not smart enough to know how to do that. Hopefully you are smarter than me. And we could do, like I said, let's discuss this. We could postpone it. Some people call it table, but usually table means you're gonna take it up at the end of the meeting. Postpone, it's gonna be for a future date. You could postpone it, and you guys could go back and think about it or whatever. Maybe, or we could think about it, or we could vote tonight.
You have one more option. You could revert or change it and send it back to the planning commission.
And tell them what?
That's a discretionary consideration for the board.
I guess I don't see it going back to the planning commission as being, Laura, weigh in on this. People that know more than I do about what's going on in the planning commission. Well, Bob, you're on the planning commission.
I would not recommend it go back to the commission. They already voted 5-1. So I don't think that's going to change. I'm not sure what additional information you would glean from the applicant by postponing this to another meeting. I think this
It'd
has
just be
been
an added
vetted.
expense.
Yes. I would like to give the floor to the applicant to see if they would like to voluntarily offer any other conditions.
But do they want to do that on the fly, or it's better to wait and postpone it?
I would leave that up to them right now.
Yeah.
The other thing is the conditions have to be in writing.
Have to be in writing, so they can't do it on the fly
Well,
tonight.
could they propose it and that's a condition of the approval that they be provided in writing?
I mean,
know.
to come back for a meeting for something in writing
know.
seems.
This is
I
so
wanna think
sensitive, you
about
might
it.
want to table it, if it's that complex, what they're gonna add, if they add anything. They may decide, hey, we're done with you guys, we gave you everything you need, and we're gonna go away, or we're gonna sell it, or we're going to do nothing, you know?
Well, if I was going to vote tonight, I would vote no, because I'm still confused. I mean, there's only, against 6.5 acres with coffee shop, with greenhouse, with parking
Playgrounds.
structures, with maybe a wedding format. It can't be everything, right? I'd like to focus to maybe one or two things we're going to do instead of
So
all
if
these
it's-
different things that could be anything they want to be. So
Yeah, if it's
if I was gonna be
helpful,
confused, that's what I'm saying, I'm still confused. So if I have to vote today, I would vote for no.
Okay, thank you for your after 10 o'clock candor. That means we're going to postpone this.
Well, how about we hear from the citizens first? Before we make
I
any
think we're gonna give 'em
decision.
another
They
shot.
waited here.
do you want us to say anything back to your confusion to see if we can clarify it? So our main focus
I
for,
don't want to get pushed into voting tonight if.
Okay.
So
there's a
the
sentiment
consensus
on the
seems to be
board.
emerging to postpone.
and what do we do
Not
in the
for me.
meantime? Do we do anything different in the meantime? I mean, do we supply anything different?
Well, that's up to you, you could, you know.
Okay,
and-
I mean, I don't know if things are open or not.
In writing.
Right.
And.
I won't knock on your door.
You've heard some of the concerns, so, if we vote tonight, it might pass. Or we postpone and it, becomes a jump ball. With, your stature, you're probably used to jump balls. So,
No.
So, do we want to have any comments from the residents now? Raise your hand of anybody who wants to comment. Okay, we got some people.
So that's, we're talking 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Five
I've been up
zero.
since 5 o'clock, I can go more, but, pardon? I'm sorry.
All due respect, but we've been here since 6:30.
Right.
No,
So, yeah, I'm going to let you speak. I think it's a good, we want to hear it. So, if it's okay with you, the applicant, are you done with us for now? And then you can hear what they have to say? It's your choice.
Yeah, I think we're done. Can I just ask the
Yeah.
group one more question about PUDs and that real quick? Are there any PUDs that you're aware of where preservation has been a part of any of them, or like not completely leveling the site?
No, most of the PUDs that I know of in Plymouth Township, you know better than, well, I've been here longer, but the PUDs are mostly residential to preserve trees or a pond.
If I,
Colony Farms was pre-PUD invented, but something like that. But
There are a lot of, well, I take that back. There are only a handful of actual PUDs in the township. That includes Bosch, the whole campus. That includes the Inn at St. John's, which was a major preservation effort. That includes the Red Olive and Townhome Development on Ann Arbor Road.
okay, and then we have some, well, residential
Residential is a cluster housing
cluster
option.
housing, sorry, I misspoke.
I'm not understanding where the PUD option has become this evil entity. I
Well,
don't subscribe to that, and I
I'll
think
give
we
you a
have
little-
to vet each one.
I'll give you a
as
little
they come
background
through.
on it. Throughout the state, in certain highly desirable counties like Leelanau County, PUDs have been creating a huge trouble. And the voters have regularly overturned the township board who approved the PUD. In other words, the PUD was null and void because they collected the signatures, they did a referendum. There was 2 in Leelanau County last fall in November. So PUDs are getting a lot of negative attention throughout Michigan.
Right.
It's something that's emerged over post-COVID in a big way. And I don't know whether it's the planning community, we can blame it on poor Laura, or is it some other trend going on in the country that is inducing PUD requests from developers in a big way.
I'm just saying, if we take this case solely on its own merit and vet it for what it is, we don't have to make this blanket umbrella, statement.
PUD boogeyman, you mean?
Yeah,
Okay,
we're
all
gonna
right.
throw the book at you on this. I mean, we need to take each one case by case. So if we're voting now that it's not a viable business, like to Bob's point, that's not
wouldn't-
our job, is to pick winners and losers in the commercial. I've been an entrepreneur, and I'll be darned if anyone told me that I couldn't do what I had created in my mind and my idea, just because they didn't think it would work out. That's not the American dream.
No,
that's for
it's
sure.
not, it's not.
Okay, let's do this. You guys are done? It's 10:15. Be as brief and succinct. Choose your words so that it has some impact, and we'll hear what you have to say. Go for it.
We are going to adjourn by 10:45.
No, not necessarily, but probably.
I got it, okay.
You got,
Wow, that's a fun fact.
all right, go ahead.
Cataract surgery, and I need some.
I'm Dale Bernhardt. I'm speaking to go along basically what I'm hearing from you, Chuck, and let me continue here. MITC lot was zoned light industrial. This is the NVD gambling parcel. The owners requested a PUD, which the Planning Commission recommended to the Board of Trustees. Zoning was never changed, even though a gambling site and horse track is not a permissible use in light industrial. Meyer acquired a MITC parcel, zoned as light industrial, and was given a special land use designation. Zoning was not changed, even though a grocery store and gas station is not permissible in light industrial. So my question is, for Grays, why is a zoning change being proposed along with a PUD when in reality, based on past history, zoning does not need to be changed to accomplish the owner's desired uses in PUD? Leave it residential. By keeping it residential, if the owners need to sell the property, it is sold as residential, not the mixed use being proposed. It protects this land area from more extreme uses. The gentleman stated that, well, if this doesn't survive, we can always go back to residential. No, you can't if it's zoned mixed use or OS. You're going to have to, as the attorney said, it's going to have to be rezoned back, hoping that they will rezone it back. So we're stuck with whatever is rezoned right now. And go along with what Sandy was saying, this request for a PUD does bring to light, though, another use, and that is proliferation of PUD and special land use tags. Please keep in mind, and Jennifer, this kind of goes along with your question. PUDs were developed for residential, and it was to enhance residential. It was not for commercial, and it was to work with HOAs. What happened is that developers and planners and lawyers bastardized this whole PUD system. The residents now know when they hear PUD, it means to them that a developer is coming in and they get to do whatever they want to that piece of property. That is the problem why residents are having problems with PUDs. I guess in summary, I ask this board to not rezone Grays,
Okay,
since
time
this
up.
is not a need to rezone. It will only create future unintended consequences. Am I out of time?
Yeah, you're out of time. Was it 3 or 5?
It was 3.
All right.
3.
So you got 5 seconds.
Okay, send a message to the other developers that PUDs and special land use designations will not be given out like candy. If in a rare occasion a PUD or special land use designation must be given, get a valuable equalizer in return from that developer, and maybe think out of the box for that equalizer. Maybe sponsoring or funding the senior citizen would be a novel idea. Thank you.
All right, next.
I had some prepared comments, but I'm going to go a little off.
You've condensed them?
I tried to. All right, June Cutter, and I live in the township, 46920 North Territorial. Since I moved here about 9 years ago, this is the message that I've received from Plymouth Township. We like racetracks. We like Myers. We want to take away your tree rights. You've all seen me here before talking about the trees. And now it's kind of sounding like we don't really care about the little bit of historic buildings that we do have. This is a trade-off. You said earlier, it's a compromise. You want to find consensus. I know how you're feeling, Sandy, about the PUD, but I think the community would say, we had to say yes to a PUD and we could keep our history. As a resident, I think that is a valuable trade-off. Now I'm going to go back to my prepared. A few years ago, the city of Plymouth hosted the author of this book, 13 Ways to Kill Your Community. I've read it, and I suggest that all of you get a copy of this and read it as well. The Grays Project is an example of ways that we can kill our community. 3 examples in here that I'm starting to hear us saying now. Don't engage youth, reject everything that's new, and grow complacent. I don't want those things to happen to Plymouth Township. We have this great jewel here, and we have a wonderful proposal to preserve what our master plan has told us. The community has said, we want green space, we want historical preservation, and we like the sense of community. The plans proposed by the Grays team are a great way to create some differences between our community and those around us. It's a creative way to engage residents of all ages. The idea of taking a yoga class in February in a greenhouse, I really like that idea, and I can't wait to do it. It's appealing to me, and I think it's appealing to a lot of people, a lot of different age groups. Their primary points are historical preservation, nature, and community. I believe it's time that our new board here take a different stance based on what had happened historically when I first moved here. It's time that our community stop saying yes to big boxes, no tax-paying projects, or racetracks, and start saying yes to new ideas brought to us by our own residents who are listening to what the community has to say.
Thank you.
Mary Ann McLaren. I have kind of a question or clarification. A planned unit development is a type of community design that combines various land uses, such as residential, commercial, and recreational spaces into a cohesive area. Is that not what they're trying to do? And this is a unique, different plan. I see we should offer it. You're preserving something that's already there. If the zoning isn't changed, and that's going to be another question for Laura, they can't do what they want to do with the existing zoning. Is that correct?
Correct. The township zoning ordinance, as it's written today, does not allow for the greenhouse and the coffee shop to be on the same parcel. This proposed PUD and conditional rezoning is the only way forward for them to do their concept plan. The zoning ordinance is very antiquated in the township, and many communities have similar zoning ordinances, which is why I think PUDs have become more popular, because it allows for some flexibility while still giving the township control.
And I think they have a lot of things that they're willing to offer of what they're going to do and not do with the property. So I can't understand why there's such a contention of not letting them have what they're asking for. Thank you.
I'm John Boris. I did not have prepared comments tonight. Wasn't prepared to comment because I thought this was a great proposal, and I actually came here in support and expected that the Board of Trustees would follow the direction of the Planning Commission that overwhelmingly approved the project. We have residents that are looking to do a different type of development here, to do preservation, to risk their own money to make that preservation possible. They're following the only route available for them to do that. They're taking a risk, and the board just doesn't want to take a risk to approve it. When, to me, this is a fantastic use of this property. So I really encourage the board to think deeply about what can happen if they don't do it, and to recognize the risk that they are willing to take to enhance the township. I think you should be voting yes, following the Planning Commission's recommendations. Thank you.
What community do you live in?
Excuse me?
What community do you live in?
I live in Plymouth Township.
All right,
on
good.
Pine Tree Drive.
All right.
I am a taxpayer.
And a voter.
Anyone else?
Wendy Harless. My family owns the house at 8959 Lily Road, which is right across the street from Gray's Greenhouse. I've been shopping at Gray's since 1975. It's a magical place because it's that melding of gardening with history that you really don't find anywhere else. And so to address some of these things that I'm hearing, to Dale's comment about why can't it just stay this zoning, it's my understanding that you can't be zoned any kind of residential and get a PUD. That's why the zoning needs to change. Right now it's zoned for multifamily. So it's a little bit scary because it's different, right? But Gray's has to change, otherwise it's not gonna survive. What Rachel is saying is she can't compete with the big box stores where they sell succulents for $1.50, right? She's got this great big property. So it needs to change, it needs to grow. And I know that's really scary. I'm very optimistic, cautiously optimistic about this because I'm gonna have to live with it, right? Like I don't plan on leaving Plymouth Township and I don't plan on selling that property at 8959 Lily Road. So I'm gonna have to live across from it for the rest of my life. When you say, are you in for it for the rest of your life? That's me. So it's a little scary, and what they're talking about is very different. I think maybe they explained it better at the Planning Commission than they have here tonight. What they're looking at doing is keeping the existing buildings where they are, but they're going to reach out to different small businesses that will fit with this campus idea. So maybe a bakery, maybe a coffee shop, hardware store. That'd be great. If I didn't have to drive all the way over by Kroger to get some hardware, if I could just go across the street, that would be awesome. So they're looking for the businesses that will fit, and then they will build the buildings to fit with the campus, with the atmosphere, with the community. Where traditionally what we see, if you think about it, is a developer comes in, they wipe out everything, they build basically a strip mall where everything is connected, it's got the brick facade, it's got the great big windows, and then they look for a customer to rent from them. And that's where they're making the money from, right? So they're gonna build something that fits with the existing property, with the historic aspect, but offers maybe something a little different than a strip mall. It's gonna be very different. But if you think about it, what are our options? If it stays multifamily, it's going to be 71 condos. What kind of traffic is that going to generate, right? What could it be? Like Rachel is saying, what else could it be? I love the idea of a park space. We don't have a park on the south side of the township. So this would be some nice green space. But it's a scary leap, for sure. It's different, it's out of the box. But I think we should give them a chance, because otherwise it's gonna be 71 condos. Thank you.
Clarification for me, R2A is apartments and condos, either one?
R2A is multifamily, so that could be condo townhomes, it could be a series of duplexes, it could be a 2.5-story apartment building.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Paula Bowman. My husband and I, Gordon, live in the property immediately to the north of this project, immediately to the north of Gray's Greenhouse. I echo what all of these other people have said so positively about this development. So I'm not going to repeat it all, aren't you glad? But I want to, but the point I want to drive home is that the alternative is worse. If Rachel needs to sell this property, we're going to have 71 units next door to us. And the traffic is going to be a lot worse than it would be if it was this development. So I support this, and I hope you do too. You know, most of the neighbors in this room, I believe, do support it, and I think you should listen to us.
This is the first commercial-type development where neighbors supported it in a long time.
Kind of refreshing.
Yeah.
That's right.
And
My name is Sharon Phillips, and I live right behind Spars Nursery. And I was here for every single meeting that involved that, and John, you were right. Nothing was good about it. Because, number one, they didn't do what the three of them did, and that is involve us. From the very start, they welcomed us, they welcomed our ideas. Where Spars, they were just very forceful and did not even consider anything that we were concerned about. And I was just so excited at the first meeting that they had, where all the community could come and we could use our little sticky notes and put up our ideas and what we wanted. And it was such a good feeling. And I just have such a good, positive feeling about this whole project. And I've lived in that house for 45 years. And like Paula said, the alternative is going to be so worse. I know you said that the residents want more homes, but they're not going to be like single-family homes. They're probably going to be condos and, you know, townhouses and two-story, and with all that. I mean, yes, there's going to be more traffic, but look at all these big developments in South Lyon, these huge neighborhoods they build, and it's still a 2-lane highway on 10 Mile, and they survive. Traffic moves, you get through, so I'm really not concerned about the traffic. I just want something really positive that brings our community together, because we really don't have anything like that at our end of the community. So please give them a chance. I can't tell you how excited I am about it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, I'll just talk from here.
Hold on, can we carry the mic over to her? Or-
It's for the YouTube, for people watching at home.
You'll be on advertising.
Commercials.
Write your name down.
Okay. All right, well, my name is Alice, and I'm one of the original Grays, and I grew up at Gray's Greenhouse. And over the years, people have been just, same thing everybody's been saying. They love this place. It has a special, almost holy value to them. And actually, I agree with what everybody said, but what I really want to say is, honestly, I have such faith in these people with these ideas. They're young, they work hard, and they had a work time last weekend. And there was just a herd of little kids. All of these people had kids, little kids. And they were out there catching grasshoppers and just looking at different plants and playing in the sand and dirt. And this is just a value that we just don't have in our sterile times now. You know, everything's online and looking at your phone and all of that. And I just think, I know this is scary. I know it is hard, but I think they can do it. I just do. Because as you were saying, the options are worse. And so just go for it, you know? Give them a chance. That's what I think. And I hope you will do that too. Is anybody else coming up to talk? All right, I'll just sign up.
We've got to move it along. Get
Thank
up
you.
there, please.
Hi, Jessica Canarian. I live over in Ridgewood Hills. I have a small young family also, and one of the things that brought me to Plymouth is the history and the community, and Gray's Greenhouse in particular. And this development has been a big talking point among my friends with small children. Sorry, I'm very nervous. But this has been very exciting for us, and we love this idea, and we're so excited about what this could bring to our community, and just the value that it brings for families in particular. I just wanted to reiterate that point as someone with two very little kids who's been sitting here for 4 hours.
Hi, my name is William Ikes, 12855 Hidden Creek. I was the lone planning commissioner that was a nay back at that July 16th meeting, but I want to do my darndest here to give you a couple pieces of information. For those that watch the 3-hour tape, great. I tried to defer this, okay? And I did this for a couple reasons. One, there was a legal issue going on literally across the street that I thought gave leverage to the opposition. I just didn't think it was the right time. Regardless, it got voted down, 1-5. 2, we were flying, I thought as a committee, in heavy fog due to minimal data. And I'm an engineer, okay? It's the curse of being an engineer is you live and die by the data. So when I saw the 9 residents that spoke here back on July 16th, and I was grateful they all came up to the mic, I paid particular attention to the 5 that lived nearest to the site, okay? 3 of them came back up here and spoke tonight. Congratulations for doing that. 2 did not. And in the safety of what's going on in this area, okay, within this bounds, boy, this is great. It's creative. It's my exact words. It's creative. It's out of the box, right? And I congratulate the people afterwards saying, I wish the best of luck. I hope it helps. But the problem is the box at Plymouth Township is bigger than the plat, okay, on this property. The traffic is problematic, okay? The chairperson of the committee said he almost got in an accident going into and out of the site. A second commissioner almost got in an accident severely on Lily Road. Traffic is a big problem, so safety is always first for those of us that live in the engineering world. Third thing I had in the fog here was, if we were to do this, it denies the opportunity for either 62 or 71 additional families to live in the township. I feel blessed to be a resident here. I grew up here. I was educated here. I've lived back twice as an adult here, and I think this is the greatest township in the world. When I went through the data, okay, I simply took out my red pen during the meeting. I started looking at the contradictions that were in the documents that were very thoroughly prepared. And when I looked at sustainability, it's you record, you report, you reduce, right? The carbon footprint of what's going to go on here is significant from a sustainability standpoint, right? 69.9% of the footprint turns into the building footprints of 15.7, plus the 54.2% for the parking. That's almost 70%. No disrespect, it's creative. And I looked at the conditional rezoning, right? And when I went through here again, this is not consistent with the master plan or the future land use. And again, getting back to the data, when you look at the 812 surveys, residents that came in, 606 said less traffic congestion. It is worrisome, okay? Number 1 on ranking the features, retention of natural tree cover was number 1. When you looked at the top 2 choices here, right, natural features in outer space was in there, right? which was great, and then single-family homes. That's what people want, right? So the community is aging. This multifamily might help people downsize, to open up residential houses for bigger families to move in. And that was the specific issue that I had. So overall, safety risks, mixed use had poor track records within 25 miles, City of Plymouth, Ann Arbor, Novi, Village of Cherry Hill, wasn't consistent with the master plan, wasn't consistent with the future land use, it's not consistent with the resident data. And I hope this provides clarity, okay? That's it, thank you.
All right, any more? No? Okay, so, ready to, I've got to kind of get a consensus here. Do you want to vote on this now, or do you want to vote to postpone?
I'd like to vote tonight.
Postpone on the end?
I vote for postpone.
For what reason are we?
Postpone to give the
Postponing.
applicant some time to maybe
Sharpen their.
sharpen their pencil or come up with some written commitments. I don't know what they would be, but, I'm probably a postpone.
Okay.
Is what I lean towards. I don't know if the applicant has anything to, you have anything to say about postponement?
Okay.
No, it's disappointing.
But does it ruin anything? So I thought someone said there was some kind of a deadline that they had to meet. No?
No,
No, okay.
I don't think so, right, Laura? Well, they've got it, they're carrying the cost of this building and operation. But, so if somebody wants to make a motion to postpone, you can postpone it to a certain date. Don't do it September 9th because we're not ready. You can just postpone and they can pick when they want to come back.
I'll make the motion to postpone postpone resolutions 2025-08-026-066 and 2025-08-0-26-67 for up to 120 days.
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Do you want to say 120 days or just
Not
postpone?
Up to. It can come back sooner than that, but
No. What does the applicant think of that?
Okay, so
Go ahead.
I'm as the current business owner. Yeah, I need to know a date that we're.
You pick it.
I can't be September 9th.
Well, no, I wouldn't want that anyway, so you can pick the date.
What are my options? I mean, is it
Second and fourth Tuesdays.
Second and fourth Tuesday, except in
as soon as possible. I'm
Yeah.
not sure what the board has to prepare.
We don't have to prepare anything, you guys gotta prepare it.
Right, so you're saying September 9th is too soon.
Right, I just think we got too many items on that, too many items, it's too soon, because the agenda is set, we have a Labor Day weekend, so the agenda will be set, a week from tomorrow.
to postpone up to 120 days doesn't mean postpone for 120 days.
My question is, like,
No,
I can't,
if-
I'm heading into winter, we're heading into expensive season, I need to know what's happening with my business, and I can't go 120 days without.
I didn't say
No.
postpone.
I understand that, I'm just saying.
I didn't say postpone for 120 days. I said postpone up to. All right, postpone indefinitely.
Okay, I'm not trying to be difficult. And I've heard you at 120 days. My question is, because I've never seen this done before, is do we pick a date or do we leave it at?
You work with the supervisor's office to get on the agenda.
And planning, you pick a date. You get,
I've never done this.
yeah, it's at your option, it's at your option.
September 23.
Well,
Wait.
no, we're not gonna do that, John, they pick, it's
Well, I
up
wanna
to
recommend
120
that to
days, they pick, you can call me, we'll discuss it.
We pick it not tonight.
Pardon?
So we don't pick it tonight.
No, you don't pick it tonight. You can go home and sleep, talk to your kids, whatever blows your hair back.
Okay, so real close.
So let me restate the motion. I make a motion to
Okay.
postpone Resolution 2025-08-26-66 and Resolution 2025-08-26-67 to a later meeting to be determined.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mark Clinton. All right. All this is a up or down vote?
To take a roll call.
You need to take a roll call.
Okay. Go ahead with the roll call.
Okay, trustee Clinton.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. Trustee Buckley.
No.
Treasurer Dorshevitz.
Yes.
Supervisor Kermy.
Yes.
Trustee Stewart.
Yes.
Trustee Groth, no, but motion carries.
Okay. All right. Our fire chief and police chief are fried from a week of dealing with Liv, but if they want, I want to hear it, since it's fresh in their brain. A short debrief on Liv Golf. Who goes first? You want to flip a coin, or who goes first?
It's another 2 hours.
No, it won't be.
Well, no, the meeting's been going on for another 2 hours.
All right, go ahead, Pat.
So we had, pretty, all in all, it was a pretty successful weekend. You want me to continue?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. Pretty successful weekend. I built out an extensive event action plan for the event, 11 pages long. You saw it, Mr. Supervisor. On site, we had myself as the event commander for our part of the event. Chief Naito was on his part. I had officers, my officers were the operations chief down on the course. I was up in the Jock all weekend, the Joint Operations Center, sorry. We had HVA on scene partnering with us. They had their personnel. Scott Morrow, one of their supervisors, was the transport director and the golf course director for medicine on the golf course. And then we also had a main medical tent, which had another individual from HVA supervising that, Eric Ferris. Overall, we had 20 personnel on site, 5 from PTFD and 15 from HVA. We also had a doctor on site every day, an on-site doctor providing medical care. Overall, we saw 40 patients, treated 40 patients, and transported 4 of them to the hospital. 3 were transported by HVA, and it just happened that the 4th one was transported at a time when their unit was off property, so our Rescue 4 transported them. And we also had 2 fire alarms while we were there too, so it was very easy to take care of them and clear them. But the event went very well, aligned with the plan very well. Learned a lot of things, and we're going to adapt our plan next year accordingly.
All right, thank you.
I'll be loud and short. First of all, thank you for having us here to talk about this. Our event planning started back in January. 4 months before that, I asked the police officers at our department to have 3 days this summer where they were not going to be taking time off. Every one of our officers, our police officers, worked this event. Either they were on the road patrol or they were out at the event. We had over 60 police officers total that worked the event. Particularly for our officers as well as the officers that assist, I will tell you that the amount of professionalism shown by our officers out there exceeded my expectations. I think they did a phenomenal job. The area's traffic, we had an executive protection for golfers on the course. We had a building detail. We had on-course response teams. I was out on the course the entire event. Assistant Chief Kudrer was in the Joint Operations Center. Our township supervisor had an opportunity to view not only what was going on in the course, but also the JOC, Joint Operations Center. Police response, we had, I guess, one other quick thing is I want to thank the agencies that assisted us with this. Similar to a Super Bowl or a draft, we had our federal partners that were involved with this, the Michigan State Police, as well as our county emergency managers that were involved with the safety and planning for this event. We had agencies including Plymouth City, Northville Township, Livonia, Van Buren, Redford Township, Canton, Schoolcraft College that provided officers with this. We had over 60 officers that were in this planning event. We had 34 runs, dispatch calls out on the golf course. We made 0 arrests. The crowd was very tame and well-behaved overall. Incidents on the course included, we had some hecklers and some disruptive individuals that through de-escalation calmed down. We had some trespassers. We had 2 individuals that jumped the fence to get on the course. We located them and walked them off and trespassed them from the facility. We had 3 missing persons during the event who were quickly located. One was an 87-year-old male with his wife. They got separated. We found them both, got them back together. We had a temporary 911 system. We set up a grid around the end of St. John's. All 911 calls went into the Joint Operations Center. We only had 5, which is good. All in all, nearly 40,000 people were in this event for 3 days. Our residents, I saw many of our residents out there that I know personally. We had folks from throughout the United States as well as throughout the world that came to Plymouth Township. And what I will tell you from what I saw is Plymouth Township shined. The folks went away. The golfers, I can tell you, because I've heard some of the conversations, the golfers were very impressed with not only the facilities, the golf course, but the folks that were there to service and help them, which included the fire department, the police department, HVA. Again, going away from this, do we have challenges? We did. We had traffic challenges. We had intersections that we established. We had to adapt and adjust, and we changed some things we were able to do. All in all, and I guess to the downside, we did have complaints. So we had 25 either phone calls or emails that came in. My direction to my team is that all those came, and I reached out to Chief Hilden in Northville Township, Chief Cox in the city of Plymouth, and I said, this is a Plymouth Township event, have the calls come to us. So we reached out to every one of those callers. 16 we were able to make contact back with. We're waiting to hear from the other ones. We've been triaging these calls since Sunday night. Some of the calls were coming during the event. The majority of the complaints that came in, the general sentiment was that the concert Sunday, it was later in the night and it was louder. It was the Swedish
House Mafia
and techno DJ type of thing. A lot of bass. That seemed to cause a lot of issues. This is something that we didn't necessarily anticipate because of the distance of the residents from there being an issue. Most of the residents were very understanding that this was the first attempt by St. John's to have an event and a concert like this and for us to host it here in Plymouth Township. Most were very understanding of that. Most stated that they would like the event organizers to temper the volume of future concerts. So I know myself and the township supervisor as well as the fire chief will have subsequent meetings about this, after action reports, information report back to them if they plan to come back to Plymouth Township or not. But that's a summary of what happened. 40,000 people came here safely, and we had a couple minor injuries from some of the things that happened there, cart injuries, a couple feet were run over by golf carts, things like that. But and actually we had, I don't want to say a significant amount, but we had people hit with golf balls from the golfers. Unfortunately, 3 were hit in the head. None sustained very serious injury, but yeah. But overall, very good. And like I say, the complaints were continued to address. And anything else, Patrick?
Thank you.
Any questions?
Did you say 16 people got hit?
No.
Well, I said
The golf ball.
Yeah, we had
golf
roughly
ball gets
15
hit.
ball strikes over the weekend.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
We had roughly 15 ball strikes over the weekend, about 5 a day.
Wow.
Yeah. And then 3 were.
We didn't treat all of them. Some of them just walked away. They were fine.
I wasn't golfing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking too. I wasn't golfing either.
One of the gentlemen hit was a volunteer that was a ball watcher, so he was supposed to watch the balls come in, and he got
missed
hit
a
in the
few.
arm.
He had slow
Here it comes.
reflexes.
Here it
He watched it.
Slow
He
So
took one for the team.
thank you for working on this. It was a huge amount of distraction for 6 months. So, and we are, yes, we're invoicing for all of that overtime, and it's more than 6 figures, so.
Yeah, and I'll comment on that too. The number we gave you was an estimate. They asked for additional personnel. Our DPW was also called out because we had this significant amount of rain at their parking facility. They were looking, they needed some construction work done and some gravel brought in. They worked it out with Patrick Felrath, excuse me, and his team, and they came up with an estimate of what the cost would be for 4 of DPW officers and the equipment and all of that. And
Which our DPW did a phenomenal job.
they
They
were
stepped
working at
up in
1
a very
o'clock in the
short
morning.
notice.
Yeah, so.
I also noticed there's a lot of, I also saw there's a lot of guns there. I'm just curious, were you mainly in charge, or I couldn't undertell, what am I trying to say? It looks like it was almost like military type of thing.
Yeah, so for the golfers, they bring in specialized security services for that, as well as I think they had close to 150 security people that were around the building. But the gentlemen that were in the blue shirts and the gray pants were our officers that had the badge on their hat. So
okay,
yeah.
Wow. So their philosophy at LIV, they told me, is they want the highest possible safety and security, and they're willing to pay for it. So,
yes.
And then they,
Good.
I thought it was, for the average layperson like me, it was incredible overkill, because most of the crowd was a bunch of Casper milquetoast people. I mean,
Well, when you have that amount of people in that kind of area, I mean, you've got to be prepared, and we got to prepare for the worst.
I'm going to quote you on that.
Can I just ask a couple of questions?
Yeah,
Sure.
hey, you guys gave me this candy, so now I'm buzzed.
Bob did.
Jen had to
Bob?
leave because of her young daughter at home.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to know, how did the approval process go for LIV Golf to come here to this tournament? How is that handled for the town, on behalf of the township?
We approved nothing because it's private property. So
Okay.
we didn't have a formal approval process.
Okay.
We worked as a committee with them.
But do we not still, when we have these special events, do we not do everything we can to ensure that our ordinances, and I'm
Well, we
referring
did that.
specifically to the noise one at this point, but to ensure that when people come in droves like this, and when they have these special events, that they are complying with the ordinances that we have in place to eliminate or minimize some of the citizen complaints?
Well, the ordinance is like the building inspector, chief building official was totally involved in making sure we we arranged for a third party to inspect all of these temporary structures. So the only place where we had a fall down was in the music. I assumed that it was going to be like Uptown Plymouth kind of concert, but it was substantially louder than anticipated.
And I understand the stage was facing east.
Facing east, because it was the configuration of the parking lot. You know, maybe next time we'll have it face west to give.
North to Northville Township.
Amazingly, Northville Township across the street had very few complaints, right?
Yeah, I think from being there, the building kind of blocked it going north, because I talked to a couple ladies that lived right across the street, and they said during the Imagine Dragons, they could barely hear it.
Yeah, and in my house, you couldn't hear it. I think Phoenix Lake exacerbated the situation, because you had this flat body of water.
Echoed.
And you know that when you're on a lake up north, of how you can hear people talking and they be out a mile away. So I think it had some of that effect.
I just wanted to be sure that we have all learned some lessons from this, and that we ensure in the future that we be cautious and aware. I mean, it doesn't happen that often. There aren't that many people who complained overall. I just want to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do.
Yeah. Traffic was amazingly controlled.
We only had one traffic person was upset about that there was no left turns at Sheldon and 5 Mile, which turned out to be work out really well for us, because we were able to flow the traffic. The problem is some folks were inconvenienced because they had to go up to the next mile road to get over.
Right.
Bridge was
for
pretty
safety.
backed up at the early parts of the day. I made the mistake of trying to go that way to go to Home Depot, but I think it cleared out.
Yeah, probably the biggest traffic, and this is something that we're gonna after action, is when people were flowing out of the concert, coming out on the 5 Mile to get on the buses, they had a rope line across, and people were just running across 5 Mile because, you know, we encourage people not to park, you know, to go to the bus and do that, but a lot of people parked on the north side in the strip mall, and we didn't get any complaints from the strip malls. I'm sure because people are in there and
Right.
they're selling
They're
things and
shopping,
buying
right.
things, but, yeah.
Well, you all did a great job. Thank you very much.
All right.
I will make a motion
Motion
to
to
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Adjourned at